me. Ooh, I'm never sure when he'll be home. Get into trouble on my own. I don't get lonely. Ooh, he wants the suburbs where school's out for summer. Yeah, we live by his mother. I keep my drugs in the cupboard. I'm only sweet when I'm high. 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 I'm only sweet when I'm high.
ocean waves and try to come to life. Don't let go of the bright blue sky, because the future's looking far too light. Are you ready for a long dark ship to set sail and carry me through the starry night? Dream of me whenever you are feeling oh so lonely. Try to leave your fears behind. We are locked in an orbit racing round the dots of moonlit worlds that make a light. Keep your eyes on mine. Touchdown on the surface of my heart. The feelings ever gone. A brave adventurer like me. Members everywhere that I've come from. Keep your feet to the vacuum sky, cause it's surrounding us out here. Follow the trail of the stardust of the ones that came before us, and we'll see what we've always been. Dream of me whenever you are feeling oh so lonely. Try to leave your fears behind. We are locked in an orbit racing round the dots of moonlit worlds that make a light. Keep your eyes on mine.
Happy Friday, SMITE fans. We're with you bright and early this weekend, all this weekend, because we got the Phase 3 SCC playoffs. My name is Dolson. Alpha Jackal is with me for the first set of the day, and then you and I are casting the next set as well, so we're going to be hanging out for a little while, AJ, and we're over in Europe to start off. The first half of the day is in EU, and Phase 3 of EU kind of went as expected with Belt Slap on top.
Yeah, I think Belt Slap and the Pappy still reigning as your number 1 and 2 respectively. Snake Pit sneaking that 3rd seed just away from, from the rest of the pack. Pickery Noobs 2 are going to be your SOC representatives, finding up themselves against the monstrosity of Belt Slap to begin with. So far, it's only been the Pappies that have been able to take a set off them, and they almost managed to do so in the final week. So it could be a dicey game for them today.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult, and the way this bracket works is you got round 1, then into the semifinals. Both of those will be best of 3 matchups, and then on to the finals for a best of 5, and the advantage you get for remaining on the upper half of the bracket is 1 game in hand moving on to the final. So best of 3, best of 3, best of 5 as we move on throughout the weekend. But the way you look at it, this first matchup here, Belt Slap versus Pickery Noobs, we have seen these SOC teams come into some of these tournaments once or twice and put forward a good effort, but going up against Belt Slap, I think, is just a whole different animal. I mean, you look at the roster these guys have, it's been spoken time and time again. Arkle, Trix, Tank, Zeros, Johnny, Julio, one of the rosters that's largely unchanged, phase in and phase out here in the SCC, so very hard-pressed. I mean, have you seen anything, Alpha Jackal, in the past that leans into maybe a weakness for this Belt Slap team? How do you beat these guys?
You just have to do exactly what the Pappies have been able to do, which is win the one important team fight at the very end of the game and just take the game out from underneath them. You sort of have to hope that they do end up being human at times and making a mistake, and that comes far and few between.
Yeah, I mean, with the tenure that is on that roster, it is always going to be very difficult to kind of find those cracks in the armor. Anyone you maybe specifically like to zoom in on with this belt slap team? I really like to look at Zeros. Obviously pretty flexible out of that mid lane. Brings a lot of weight with him as far as needing to pick your matchups properly. Do you have anyone specifically you like to highlight on the belt slap team?
Obviously, you have the star player, which is Johnny, sort of a rising star in the European sort of side of things. But the silent assassin in Julio in the solo lane doesn't really get spoken about as highly as the rest of the team, but is probably one of the most, if not the most important member of the team, in my opinion. Just constantly puts in a shift week in, week out. And sometimes, more often than not, becomes the win condition for his team if they do have a bit of a stumble out of the blocks early game.
That's a great point, Alpha Jackal. I mean, you have a team with Arkle, Trixtank, and Zeros, and then you're Johnny and Julio moving in this SEC, playing with these guys, and now being able to kind of make this team around you. I mean, a lot of it pivots around that solo lane. I absolutely agree. So that's definitely a boon to Julio and needing to put a little extra emphasis on him as well. I think Johnny out of that jungle, we know what he likes to play. The kind of hyper carry potential junglers are definitely something I think Peakery Noobs 2 have to look out for here today. What have you made of the long lane, though, so far here for this belt slap team? Arkle and Trixtank, they feeling pretty synergistic to you over the recent weeks?
I felt like they have been, if anything, the place that you can target on belt slap.
Right.
For what we have seen of them, it's usually been a couple of target bans onto Arkle, maybe taking away the Sobek from Trixtank, and just picking a very aggressive dual lane and just constantly invading onto the left-hand side, trying to limit the early game effectiveness of just the entire left-hand side of the map, and that seems to have been doing wonders for certain teams. And it's just having those slightly weird off-center picks has also been something that's worked out well. Worked out well for Smiley Face in the last SCC finals in Phase 2. They were the SOC team going into that tournament, so they took a game off of Belt Slap, and they looked like they could have even taken the set off them in the first round. So there are ways to do this, and for me, I'm going to have a look at the dual lane.
Yeah, right. It's definitely a good place to look. Well, you talk about the SOC team that was previously able to maybe take a game or so off of Belt Slap. The SOC team that's going to be playing against Belt Slap in round 1 this time around is going to be Peakery Noobs 2. This is a roster built around Davey, Alka, Peakerino, of course, Rapio, Captain Odie. In some of the limited experience that we've gotten to watch this squad, they've obviously earned their way here. Definitely some name recognition on this roster as well. We focused, I think, on the long lane a decent bit here, Alpha Jackal, specifically for Belt Slap. Maybe that's a weakness. Do you think the Peakery Noobs 2 long lane has the talent, that potential to maybe make the Belt Slap long lane uncomfortable?
That's not all important 2 in their name. We have to mention it every time. But
yeah, right.
I think
not the first one.
No, it's the second iteration. Completely different. Totally different roster. I think they have what it takes to, upset the dual lane of Belt Slap, especially if Rapio does get off one of his famous early ganks. He's a very aggressive, early game focused jungler. Likes playing his Thanatos, likes playing his Darchies, likes playing his Hombats. Gods that can really get into your face early on, pre-level 5 and even post-level 5. So I'm looking at Rapio to make that early rotation, give Davey and Alka the support they need if they want to draft that early game aggressive dual lane, and just try and take the game from there.
Well, in order to do that, he'll need an aggressive early game jungler in his corner. Maybe picks and bans will allow him to do that. Again, I think junglers, to your point there, Alpha Jackal, are going to be important throughout this pick and ban phase, notably what you're going to take away from Johnny, because he does like that very specific type of jungler. We've seen him flex on and off of the different styles definitely in the past here. But the first ban is going to be the Hebo, now taken off the table for Belt Slap. We've seen a rise of Hebo, mainly in the mid lane in the SPL. Have seen some jungle Hebo. Do you think he's worthwhile banning out first?
I think Beltslap have dealt well with Hebo in the past. The times where they've drafted against a Hebo, they've always gone into a Raven. Raven has an incredible matchup against a Hebo, could just stick onto him in the jungle very easily. It doesn't deal too well with roots, does Hebo, and, well, Raven just sticks you in one and then zooms after you with Mystic Rush, ignores all his damage from the Crushing Wave with that overhead kick. So to see it banned out this early means that it's one of two things. It's they're not comfortable against it in scrims, don't really want to pick the Raven this early, or they've done their research on Pickery Noobs too and have banned away a very comfort strong pick for them.
I noticed you weaved in the 2 there at the end, Alpha Jackal. Spot on. The Pickery Noobs 2. Maybe you have to, right? They might have the Hebo in the back pocket. Cthulhu and Olorun to follow up there. That is pretty standard as far as simply the tier list goes in our current meta. So strong bans from Beltslap, taking away an important jungler and the Nemesis as well from Johnny. The carry potential that we've seen at some of the higher levels, even here in the SEC, down in the SOC as well. Nemesis continues to be a very strong pick. But the Sobek, I think, is somewhat interesting here, Alpha Jackal. Very strong as far as lockdown, difficult to deal with in the late game, but sort of teetering on the edge of that pick ban. But the Pickery Noobs 2, obviously feeling he's worthwhile in the ban. But that's going to open up Persephone for Beltslap to lock in, and Zeros is going to have, I think, a pretty fun time here on this one in Game 1.
Persephone does have her issues. It is easy to pick her off in the early game. Like, she does get the pressure at Wave 1, just because her plants allow her to do that. But up until about level 5, you can start to bully her around, start to pick her off a bit. So I don't mind the Sobek ban. I think it's a good ban for them. They've done their homework. They realize that Sobek has been a linchpin for Beltslap drafts in the past. And they also managed to take away the Rama away from Arkil. Is best god by far, in my opinion. Incredibly safe, incredibly strong in this meta, especially when you're building into attack speed. So far, I think the draft's gone extremely well for Pickery Noobs too.
Well, that's always the thing going into these. I mean, you hesitate to call this lopsided before we've even seen the teams, play on the battleground yet. But as far as expectations go, through the roof for Beltslap, and then realizing maybe it's an uphill battle for Pickery Noobs, you want to at least be able to get into the game without having lost in picks and bans. And Pickery Noobs, through the first 3 bans and the first 2 picks, have done that. Amaterasu left on the table, very, very strong out of that solo lane. Sometimes the immediate answer back to the Cthulhu, who was banned out by Beltslap. But the Jing Wei is now going to be where Arkle moves over to. Definitely a storied carry for himself there out of the duo lane. And then a tier for Julio. The tier for Julio is about as tried and true as it comes, I think. We've seen this guy control games on this pick time and time again.
Yeah, this is the I don't want to lose lane and I want to win the late game sort of pick for Julio.
Fair enough.
It's a very impossible to lock him down and beat him in the lane when he's on this god, and he will pretty much always find a way to turn the tables, even in a bad matchup. Yep. The Bracken could flex into the jungle. Rapio has played it in the jungle before, so I wouldn't be surprised if it does end up there, but it will stay as a flex pick, in my opinion. The next pick should be a mage, just to keep that Bracken as a choice for the last pick.
Yeah, I wonder if Beltslap then start to move their way into that mage pool ban, and they will, with the Merlin being taken away, and then Kali on the opposite side. So still sensing that Johnny needs one of those high carry potential junglers. Pickery Noobs 2 is going to be locking away that Kali, definitely one of Johnny's strong picks. The Emoja, though, I kind of forgot she's still around. I'm so used to her being banned out in the first 6 that's surprising to me that she's left open this long, but she'll fall down to the second wave of bans. Pickery Noobs 2 will take her away finally, and then maybe another mage ban, and it's going to be the Thoth taken off the table. So standard far and away, I think, from Beltslap. Hera, I think, comes to mind here. Pickery Noobs 2 maybe moving into the Hera pick. She's been very popular out of the mid lane, and maybe it makes some sense.
It does make a lot of sense, gives quite a bit of safety against Persephone. It is going to be the lock-in of choice here. And if you're going to have to go up against Johnny if he's playing as Bakasura, Hera probably one of the best mages to do so against. And the other option would maybe have been Ra, recently received his buffs. Does have that slow immunity on his flashbang these days, so a bit more safety to him. But again, the Hera does make most sense. And it's Fafnir over to Trix Tank. You go from one extremely strong pick on his Sobek, you ban away his Emoja, and he still winds up with his Fafnir, almost like Julio winds up with his tier.
Yeah, I'll take a coerce on a late game Jingwei, please, and I'll have that one to go likely as the game rolls through. Ao Kwang, so I think for a lot of people that maybe haven't watched Belt Slap in the past, specifically Johnny in the past, the Ao Kwang is, I think, interesting as far as the Smite meta as a whole goes. We've seen him sprinkled in here and there, but Alpha Jackal to Johnny, maybe it's no surprise at all.
No, this is one of the two picks that he would have taken at this point. It's either Bakasura or Ao Kwang, and he's taking the Ao Kwang. Gives him a bit more magical-based damage, and it synergizes extremely well with the Fafnir. Doesn't have as much pressure in the early game as I would have liked to have seen, and maybe that's where Pickery noobs have picked this Pele for, just to try and abuse that a bit more. That dot damage is going to have to come in handy to stop him escaping.
We have high expectations for Belt Slap, as you should, going into this one. Do you think Pickery noobs, too, have done what I said they need to, given themselves a chance heading out of picks and bans onto the battleground?
I think if you take away the names at the top, just cover them up a bit,
right.
The draft is incredibly fine. In fact, I favor Pickery noobs to draft more than I do Belt Slaps. It's just a case of can they execute it, and it's difficult to execute it to Belt Slap, as we've just been saying time and time again.
Right. Well, it's always good. You cover up the names and you say, all right, both drafts are good, but then unfortunately at some point we got to take those hands down, and it's Belt Slap on the other side, and they've got a lot of comfort drafted on their side. Arkle on this Jing Wei is going to have a good time in the late game, but then there's Ram on the other side. So this one is interesting. We've seen these SOC teams have a good time against Belt Slap in the past. Game number 1 of this SCC weekend, Blazy and Goremizer will take us in.
Thank you, Dolson. Let's go ahead and get straight into game 1 here. I'm super excited to see these two teams go ahead and face off. As Dolson just said, I'm joined here by Gore. Hello, Gore. It's a pleasure to be casting with you.
I'm excited to watch it. It's one thing to be able to come forward, and I always think it's a pleasure to watch belts, even though they most come in that from the out to be, but getting watching go. I think.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we see Trix Tank on this Fafnir, I think, fairly often when he's kind of putting on a serious face, going, okay, well, I know a pick that's going to make people terrified. Pulls out that Fafnir just to kind of give him a little bit of extra comfort, I think, but I'm just going to go and start looking towards these purple buffs. Now, looking at these two comps, Gore, what kind of things are we looking for Pickery noobs to do and for Belt Slap to kind of, like, achieve over the course of this game?
Well, for Pickery noobs, at least in my mind, it's try to do what they had mentioned there in picks and bans on the desk. Abuse the early game as much as you can. You know Johnny's a huge factor, and you know that Ao Kwang's a late game hyper carry. So utilize this Pele as much as you can. Around level 5, you're going to have Hera start getting into the mix. And your Cabrakan is just aggressive, right? You have 3 picks that I think this early on in the first, 10 minutes of the game should control the pace of it. And I love that they're already going for red buffs, right? Just making sure that you kind of make Belt Slap play your game and don't let them just sit back and be comfortable. That's how you get ahead. Then you just have to hold on to it as tight as you can. You have to hope that that lead doesn't disappear when Johnny finally comes online.
Well, I mean, speaking of trying to put some pressure onto Pickery noobs, making them feel uncomfortable, Cabrakan going to be picking up that red buff that Belt Slap just stole away from Pickery noobs, so looking to see Alka trying to make some fancy plays over here in the left side lane. So, I mean, okay, right. Over here on the right side, we talked earlier, hold on, actually, that thought as a blink from Julia already, putting the pressure onto Oti. The blink there already? Is that a normal thing that we see?
I think from Julio, yes. I don't know if that's really, like, kill potential. I'm kind of surprised to see him just throw it out there for the sake of throwing it out there, especially considering we had mentioned against Amaterasu, he's really just hoping to not lose lane, although signature pick for Julio, so we might end up seeing him maybe even flourish a little bit of a couple of kills over in his favor. But for the most part, especially here for Captain Odi, both of them are just going to stall out the lane. When it comes to late-game team presence, I like Amaterasu a little bit better. I think Julio's going to have a lot more pick presence, but, with Picorino specifically being able to kind of self-peel, Davey being on a relatively safe hunter as well, I think Julio's going to have his work cut out for him when it comes to the late game and making sure that he has that impact. So if he can find something early, go for it, but for the most part, I think he's just trying to scare off Captain Odi. Use that old, well, just presence. You know your Belt Slap, you know your Julio, and you know you're on one of your most feared gods. Just kind of make sure that Captain Odi knows it too.
For sure, and well, well, like you said, I'm sure we'll see Captain OT try and probably play it a little bit safer on this Amy. Definitely more of a late game kind of a pick. Yeah. But as for everyone else, people just farming at the moment, just trying to feel each other out. I don't think Alka has really made too much of a play with this red buff, but I don't really think, on the flip side of that Pickery noobs really have a lot of pressure in this lane, especially against the Jingwei Fafnir.
Yeah, this is a little worrisome for me. When you come into this, again, you had asked earlier, what can Pickery noobs do to really bring themselves ahead, and a lot of it was take control of this early game. And they got that red buff invade, and nothing since then. In fact, the gold's now starting to shift over in favor of Belt Slap. It's getting frightening at this point. If you were just farming for, let's say, 20 minutes, yeah, a European standard, right? You're farming for 15 minutes, then the fight starts. Then, all of a sudden, everything's going to come up Belt Slap. You're going to have Johnny online with a lot of damage. You're going to have everything available to you.
Well, sorry, hold that thought real quick, Gore, as the blink in from Alka is going to try and force something out there from Alkal, and going to pop the beads is the Mr. Flyboy there, and he's going to be able to get himself safe with that updraft, but I mean, Alka tried to do something, like you said, like trying to find this pressure, but I would have liked to have seen them go for potentially the re-invade on the red buff as well, just to try and keep up with that farm.
Yeah, it's that question of where they're going to be able to put this aggression. And unfortunately, you know, Alka blinking in onto Trix Tank. Trix Tank is just going to hammer stun you, and then they have enough CC and enough disengage that they're not stressed about it. In fact, Alka, at that point, was the one who almost died there. Now he's starting to follow just a little bit behind Trix Tank in terms of farm. That's already starting to stress me out a little for the duo lane. I mean, you don't pick this Cabrakan to have a slow roll late game impact, although he will still hit like a truck in the late game. You really are trying to just force Arkle into an uncomfortable position, force Trix Tank to make bad decisions. And so far, again, that duo lane hasn't been doing much. Also, I'm a little upset that Rapio hasn't really been doing anything. I mean, Pele maybe isn't going to make a huge splash early on, but with Julio as aggressive as he is, this is your chance to really try and make this pick shine.
Well, you say that, but obviously just waiting to get those boots online, and with the ultimate available as well for Rapio, I think we might start to see him show a little bit more presence, but of course, as soon as I say that, he decides, you know, I see Julio in the right side jungle. I'm just gonna give him some space. It's fine. He's a big scary tier. But yeah, now that he's got that ultimate available, that volcanic lightning, I think maybe we could see him start to look towards this duo lane a little bit more.
Yeah, I'd like to see him just anywhere on the map at this point. I think it'll be probably easiest to deal with. I say easiest to deal with the duo lane. I don't think anybody on Belt Slap is going to be easy to deal with. You know, maybe easy to lock down Zeros, but then Persephone, especially if she's set up in lane, all of a sudden turns it on you and you're dead in 2 seconds. Same thing can be said over here. If you could get aggressive into Arkle, I think that might be an opening now that Trix Tank is rotated away from the duo lane. And you can kind of see Alka's over here. It feels like the presence from Pickery noobs is starting to mount up on the left-hand side. And it's going to be important because this first pop-off, you know, 6 minutes in now, could pretty easily lead to a Gold Fury.
Well, yeah, they're definitely looking for it, as it looks like Hera's going to get caught out in the jungle here, but the turnaround from Rapio is going to be good. Joni is actually going to be the one to fall down, but now coming over the wall is Julio. The Lawbringer is going to be good to hit 2 people trying to escape around the side. Rapio, no way! Fearless back into the red pit there, and no escape for either junglers. Both of them are going to fall down, and now it's one Trix Tank versus the world. He's going to be transforming back into the jungle, but 2 more kills on the side of Picorino is picking up not only a mid laner, but a support as well. That's going to be a really good look and potentially an opening for an objective.
A really good look, and also the start you need, right? I mean, you're coming into this fight, you have that early game advantage, and even though things aren't as clean as you want, your jungler still goes down, you get maybe the 3 most important picks on Belt Slap at this phase, right? You get rid of Johnny, slow down his farm a little bit, Zero, slow down his farm a little bit, and Trix Tank, who is going to be the one that I think could help turn these fights around. So right now, already starting to control Belt Slap. Unfortunately, not a lot of time afterward. No Pyromancer available yet because it's too early in the game. And trying to burn down a Gold Fury when you still have Arkle available, it was a little shifty for him. They just didn't have the timing working in their favor.
No, not quite. But so, yeah, as you said, they're not going to be able to pick up anything. In fact, Belt Slap are the ones pressing the objective, going to steal away this blue buff by the looks of things, and Picorino not quite... Rapio not quite able to secure his own blue buff as 3 people rotate just specifically to deny it from Captain Oti, which I think is a really good call against this Amaterasu.
I like the little dance between Julio and Trickstank as to who's going to take it. Like, whose blue buff is this really? Trickstank ultimately getting it, and I think it's going to be helpful here. A little bit of cooldown means that hammer will be up a little more often. Not a lot of kill potential still for Belt Slap. I just keep peeking down. Right now, until Johnny, one finishes off this ring, but maybe even picks up another, I don't know that we're really going to get to see him be as impactful of a jungler as we kind of have grown to expect out of him. I mean, he's got, I think, the highest KDA pretty much all year throughout the Challenger circuit in Europe, and again, he's been the one person that every time I cast Belt Slap, I always say I would do anything to not mention his name as long as possible, and it doesn't matter because then late game he's getting triple kills anyway, and you have to talk about him. I think right now, he finishes that ring of Kate. This is where he's maybe going to find his comfort.
For sure, but until then, it's going to be Belt Slap once again under some duress. Zero's already falling down before we even get a chance to talk about the fight, but up into the sky goes Ulka, but in trade-off, Trickstank is going to fall as well. Johnny does find one. He's going to land back down here, just around the mid lane, trying to do some more damage to Rapio, but Blinking from Julio now. The solo laners have made their rotation over. Lawbringer coming down, hitting 2, but the Polymorph is going to be on the mark to keep them away, rolling through Davey. Not quite going to be able to save the life of the Hunter. Zarkiel's going to pick him off, and now potentially either looking for this mid tower, or I would have maybe liked to have seen them try to rush down this Gold Fury instead.
I think they could have done it, but you can see the spacing of it. Specifically, Johnny wanted to get aggressive, and they're looking to strip away farm. And this is great, I think, from Belt Slap, because they could just showcase that they will win a fight if they have to. They can still control the pace and the flow of these games. So, take away the farm. Do what you have been hoping to see Pickery Noobs, or what I've been hoping to see Pickery Noobs do, and instead in retaliation, I honestly thought Johnny was going to go even deeper and look for more kills, but I like the fact that they just turn it, grab the purple buff, grab the XP camps in the back Harpies, and just keep yourselves on par, because you're down 2 kills at this point, but it's almost no gold. I mean, maybe 100, and that's going to fluctuate wave to wave, so for the most part, you are perfectly happy if you're Belt Slap right now going into this. You're just still trying to focus on getting that farm online. It's unfortunate for Zeros to be 0-2 because he's maybe the one hurting the most, 2 levels down. But outside of that, everybody else is doing fine.
For sure, although, well, I'm not sure the same thing can be said for Arkell just yet. There's no ultimate available for him. Up into the sky goes the Rama, and it's going to be big boy Cabrakan finding the Hunter, but this beautiful support work from Trickstank is keeping him alive. Arkell's going to get the turnaround, and now here comes the Bramble Thorns push from Persephone to keep away Davey. He's not going to be able to make it into the fight in time. Oh my goodness, how did Trickstank keep Arkell alive for so long there?
He's just good. There's no other way to highlight it. I mean, it's just good CC as well as good juke shoes from Arkell. I mean, kind of broke Alka's ankles on that one trying to keep up with him. But the fact that they pull that back, it's still a fight that goes in favor of Pickery Noobs. I think killing Arkell's a little more favorable than getting rid of Alka just because of the way supports are. But then you start to factor in a couple of other things, right? Arkell getting a return kill. That's going to be big for this Hunter. He's got a level up now over Davey. Alka is a level behind, almost 2 levels behind Trickstank. And so these little plays that are still getting pulled back in favor of Belt Slap, even if they're not fully favorable, have ended up helping them more than anything Pickery Noobs can do. So I think it's unfortunate for them that they're not able to lock that kill down as easily as they wanted. And honestly, if they hadn't rotated as fast as they did, they might have ended up just losing Alka and keeping Arkell alive. So they have to be really careful now on this duo lane because they're showing no fear. Arkell has been in the heart of a fight too many times to let that kind of thing get to him. And now that his ult is down, maybe you have a window of opportunity, but only a few seconds to work with before it comes back up.
I mean, we were saying about how maybe the duo lane needs to be a little bit less aggressive. Trickstank, in fact, decides to completely disregard your advice. He goes, there is a purple buff that I would quite like, and also a red buff, potentially. And hold on the other side of the map, Johnny's just getting a kill onto Rapio, just completely, apparently decimating him. I didn't even see the health bar go down in time.
Yeah, I think that's just going to be the case. He finished Ring of Hecate, and it's not the same power spike it used to be. It did get hit with some nerfs, but at the same time, it's Johnny on a comfort pick with an item now that has enabled him to at least exist on the map. now that he's going to be able to finish off a second ring, looking at this last few seconds of farm, however much he's going to have, he'll be able to back up, and then we're going to start seeing his name crop up in the kill feed a lot more often. Give him an execute. Alka and Odie are going to be stressed out. Picorino should be stressed out a little bit from that, because once you get rid of Hera, all of a sudden you're not too worried about Argus anymore. And now that's where the pressure's mounting.
Yeah, definitely pressure. Down comes Argus to try and help out Picorino, but two members of Beltslap here trying to focus down the mid laner, but here comes the rest of Picorino. They're trying to help him out, but over the wall goes Julio. Down falls Picorino, but now the rest of the team are coming in. Davey is going to pick up Trix Tank here, and up into the sky goes the Rama once again. Rapio does pick up Julio, so it's a 2-for-1 trade here in favor of Picorino's once again, but really, I think this is definitely a win for Beltslap, picking up the 2 levels ahead Hera.
Yeah, being able to at least get some farm online, and now watching Zero slowly but surely catch up. Unfortunately, it does still leave you in the numbers disadvantage, and so Pyromancer easy to pick up. Maybe Arkle easy to pick up. He has virtually no mana to try and get away here.
Well, he does have his ultimate, so he's still sitting pretty as far as I'm concerned, as Davey went back to attempt to save his tier 1 tower, but going to be in vain, and it's going to fall down, giving Beltslap just a little bit of extra pocket change to keep pushing forward that gold lead that they've just been slowly building up throughout this game, even when they're slightly behind.
Yeah, I think they've, again, just been holding on to this. The fact that Beltslap still have a small lead is ridiculous to me, considering what Picorinoobs have been able to do. And that just showcases where their farm has been going, and more importantly, like you had highlighted, the kills they're getting and who they're taking care of. You can lose both your frontliners, and you're still fine with it as of right now. You know, picking off Alka just opens up opportunities for you if you're Beltslap. But they're getting to Picorino pretty consistently. They've been able to get to Rapio consistently. And once you start dealing with the jungler and the mid laner in these fights, you're not really stressed about anything.
No, absolutely not, especially when you have so much burn for this Gold Fury. Picorino's not even given the time to respond to that, as Beltslap are just going to completely melt it down for gold.
And this is now starting to teeter into the territory where I think Picorinoobs are going to be uncomfortable, right? Johnny's all of a sudden starting to be an impact player, so Rapio, that window of opportunity where he was kind of the only jungler on the board, is closing rapidly on him. You're starting to see Zeros at this point be impactful because he's Persephone at level 14. He's just hit that threshold where he can finally start being a little more part of this, now finishing that Divine Ruin as well. I expect to see more out of him. And the thing that's kind of surprised me the most, and maybe it shouldn't have, is because this move speed tier that Julio has brought in has just been rotating like crazy. I mean, he's been impactful in every single fight that's been going on for Beltslap, and he's not afraid to just all of a sudden show up in the duo lane.
Absolutely, and it's one of the things that I think tier specifically brings so much, is that he is just able, like you said, to find these rotations super easily, especially with that speed build that we've been seeing so popular on tiers recently. But looking over onto this left lane, it looks like Beltslap are looking to collapse once again onto Picorinoobs. The wall comes down from Alka, but I'm not sure it's going to be enough to save his life, as just going so deep now are Beltslap. Up into the sky goes Alka. He's going to fall down to the dragon, Omanomanom. Now it's going to be pretty much all over for Davey. Not really any place that he can run. Does pop the ultimate, though. Not really sure it was worth it. I personally would have just saved the snipe there.
I think he was trying to prolong it, and you could actually see, I'm happy we saw it from Johnny's perspective, because he was looking. The minute that ult comes out from Davey, it's like, all right, who's coming to save you? Oh, no one? All right, fine, we'll just continue harassing this duo lane. The minute nobody on Picorinoobs was rotating over, that became a death for certain over there in the duo lane. Although it's still probably going to be a death. It was just whether or not somebody could come through and try to pick some scraps up. Unfortunately for them, it wasn't anything. Arkle, it's always a bad sign if you see the enemy carry turn around when they're at half health, and then they decide to continue fighting you. And I think that's the presence. Unfortunately, Alka and Davey just haven't really had a commanding lead over there in the duo lane. And now Trix Tank, Arkle, both feeling very confident in themselves, and of course now in Johnny, it's making it so much easier to get aggressive. That one Pyromancer we saw Picorinoobs get means virtually nothing anymore.
Yeah, for sure. And, well, I mean, they could be claiming some scrap of a lead back, as they do manage to pick off Zeros here in the mid lane, but ultimate now coming through from the dead Persephone. Obviously, that passive keeping her in the fight for just a few seconds, even after her untimely demise. Julio does show presence once again, as we've said. This tier just always seems to find himself inside the fight somehow at some point in time. But Captain OT's here too, so it's not like he's going uncontested, and this could look like a potential tier 1 tower for Picarinubes. Oh, no,
That's that awkward moment of, like, how aggressive do we want to get, and is it going to be worth it? Like, you have to factor that in. It's so weird because, you know, Johnny wasn't really in the area. It didn't seem like anybody from Belt Slap was willing to contend for it. They would have lost the tower if it had really been that way. But I think Picarinoobs recognized that taking that much damage and being left on the board then for Arkle and Johnny, who are coming back into the fight, is probably not the cleanest idea. Unfortunately, again, for Picarinoobs, I need to see him start being a little more proactive, because right now, it feels like Johnny's making the decisions. Julio's making the decisions that are affecting Picarinoobs. I haven't seen a really heads-up play come from Alka. You know, that last engage was good onto Zeros, but they invest so much and get so little out of it. You know, 1 kill, and granted it's on one of the best mid laners they've played against, it's just still, you need a little more.
Yeah, I also want to highlight, we haven't really seen too much action from Rapio other than him falling down here over in the right-hand side. It seems like a pattern, and it doesn't look like Alka's going to be far behind him. Up into the sky goes the Dragon, but I'm not really sure he's going to find anything. Actually goes deep, joining his solo lane. I'm going to pick up Picarino, and I'm not really sure there's anywhere Davey can go dead before he even takes to the sky. Johnny's little stealth pool there, going to finish him off. Don't drown, Mr. Rama Man.
Yeah, you get a huge wipe like that. Julio is chasing Odie all across the world at this point. I'd actually be surprised if this isn't a fire giant.
Yeah, that's a fire.
For Belt Slap, because at this point you have such a distinct advantage. We had mentioned the burn with the Gold Fury. You're going to see just as much here on Fire Giant, but it's still, you know, 19 minutes. It's going to take a little bit of time. But with only 4 towers still up, team fights going the way they are, that's starting to feel like a death sentence. You know, it feels like there's very little time left in the game if Belt Slap keep getting fights going this way.
For sure, I think at this point, Picarinoobs kind of have to do exactly what AJ said earlier in the desk segment there, and just try and pull a puppies. Maybe just try and find one really good fight under Phoenix, try and get a decent defense, and then just go from there and hope that you can claw back. But Picarinoobs definitely looking like they're in a rough situation here. For sure.
Yeah, especially since Johnny's been willing to not only help pick people off, but we just saw it in the last fight, he'll dive. Like, he does not care about having his health bar go down if it means he's going to be able to walk away with 2 or 3 kills. And so I think that makes it even more dangerous to try and play against him, because now you're getting shredded by this Ao Kwang, who's finished off yet another item that's going to allow him even more versatility, I think, in his dive potential. And so he is now deadlier than ever. Arkle's getting to the point where his late game build is going to be hitting incredibly hard. And with Fire Giant, if you're a tank, you're not going to have a good time against this Jingwei. And your towers aren't going to last that long either. And that's the grouping right now. I mean, if you're Picarinoobs, I don't know if you can save any of these.
No, I think the call should definitely be here. Hey guys, let's just defend the Phoenixes. All right, we'll give up the towers, but I'm not really sure they're gonna have that option, as everyone was seemingly in the right hand side trying to pick up that tier 2 in Belt Slap's solo lane, but are able to pull around the defense Picarinoobs, but it's gonna cost them Alka, which is probably the biggest ultimate that they had in this defense. And pushing into the Phoenix is the attempt here. Argus is going to fall down, and falling back our Belt Slap. Dazzling Offensive is going to pick up Julio, but the beats are going to be strong, and the turnaround with the Persephone is going to keep OT from running away. Arkle claims credit for that kill, and now Belt Slap are going to keep on pushing.
And this Phoenix is already taken to half because of their push earlier. Davies out of the fight. They're just going to be able to get aggressive. That should at least be a left Phoenix.
Absolutely, and I mean, continuing to push, they have no fear here. This could even be the game, Gore. Arkle picks up Alka, only just barely escaping to the fountain with his life goes Picarino. Belt Slap, though, they're choosing to take the slightly more safe approach, potentially going for this mid-Phoenix before deciding to siege up the Titan, but instead looking like they might just retreat. Oh, sorry, no, the tier 2 in mid is still alive. I even forgot that, heck.
Yeah, that's that moment where they're so aggressive that it feels like it should be the end, but they still have that one tower, now another tower over there in right lane. They won't be able to go for that trifecta in terms of Phoenixes, but sometimes 2 is enough. If they finish off that last tier 2, it's purely for gold at this point. But, I mean, they get 2 Phoenixes, they strip away the jungle at this point, the speed buff, which I would say is maybe the most important here for Rapio to get back into this. Red buff going down. Yeah, maybe you don't get that last tier 2 tower, but you get everything else Picarinoobs had available to him, and Johnny still wants another kill, even, to be able to hang out over here. You still have a minute and a half on Fire Giant. Belt Slap are more than comfortable and still in a very easy win condition for the game.
Oh, Davey. He's going to go for it. Julio, unfortunately, not going to be able to hit the Lawbringer, but I'm not sure it's going to matter. Power Cleave is going to finish up the life of the ADC. How does it feel to get soloed 22 minutes into the game as an ADC? Oh, he's going for more!
He's just not done. This is something, so the best way I can word this is if you ever see a solo laner doing this and he's not paying for it with his life, then things are too out of hand for you.
Julio's out. He's gonna get out of this score.
He's alive still.
He's
going back in!
Coming back in! What is he doing, Julio? What are you doing? This man is absolutely mental. He's going on to Ulka, who, I mean, hey, he's taking so much damage from this tier, even as a support, so I can see the merit of it, and it's just creating space for the rest of Belt Slap to attempt to push into this right Phoenix, and now Arkil starting off the party here by taking up the life of Rapio. Second kill there for Arkil. The Hunter picks up number 2, potentially third one there, but Julio's going to steal it away. He's finally finishing up that kill onto the Kraken that he started over in the left-hand side, and now with 3 Phoenixes down, I'm not really sure there's anywhere to go for Pikarinus, but into the ground as Lawbringer comes down. Fearless 2 out of the fountain. No escape for you guys. You don't even get to save your KDA. Down falls the Titan, and game 1 goes very securely, very handsomely into the palms of Belt Slap.
So what was that, like 2-3 minutes over there that Julio bought for his team to take a tier, like they were back in base, so they walk all the way up to a tier 2, take the tier 2, almost take the Phoenix, and then finally the fight starts to rotate over towards right. He bought a lot of time there for them, and again, at that point, Belt Slap was so ahead, not only was he just undying, he had 4 members of Pikarinoobs looking at him, but they were able to walk around. And it's not surprising to see it go so heavily out of hand. Once that Ao Kuang got online, Pikarinoobs didn't have enough of a lead to really pull the reins back in their favor, and unfortunately it just snowballed.
Yeah, it was just kind of insane to watch. As we saw, you know, every time that Pikarinoobs got even like a little smidgen, a little wedge of extra pocket change, it just felt like Belt Slap were just like, well, we're just going to out-farm you, so it doesn't matter how well that you do. But, I mean, I don't know about you, Gore, but I'm super excited to see what Game 2 looks like. But we will have to wait just a little bit, as we are going to have a quick word from these messages.
Take a deeper breath and give it time. You can walk the path among the lines, but always know that you'll be safe. I'll be here throughout your days. Come find me and we will play.
Flowers that bloom in the darkness, it's a sighting that is rare to come across. Nobody seems to have noticed that the power that could be bestowed is lost, riding through the twilight. This armory protects my heart.
That's about as Belt Slap of a win as it gets here in the early game. It looks like there's a chance that Picari Noobs 2 is going to roll this one their own direction. Belt Slap hold strong, keep themselves in it. Alpha Jackal still with me to break down game number 1. What'd you see here, AJ? I mean, Picari Noobs brought it in the early game, but Belt Slap held on and kind of rolled them in 23 minutes.
Picari Noobs 2 did exactly what they needed to do, which was get the early game aggression in that dual lane side. Got that first rep buff in mid-round, but they let Julio get tier. And I think as our eardrums get bursted a bit, we can see exactly why that's an issue.
Yeah, he kind of just rotated early and often out of the solo lane, didn't he? And Johnny was there as well to help set up a lot of the kills. So it was kind of that 1-2 punch, I think, that Belt Slap were able to capitalize on. I really like the direction that Julio goes with this build as well. Kind of the move speed tier gets him involved early. But it's got to be criminal in some capacity. One guy controlling this much of the game. I mean, the two-man knockbacks, the ultimates were connecting pretty consistently. And so now you wonder if it's something Picari Noobs 2 have to worry about going into the next wave of picks and bans.
I think they have to have an answer for it before he even picks it to stop him from picking it. And he only had one death that entire game, and I think that was quite early on as well, maybe in towards the mid portion of the game. But it didn't even matter at that point. I mean, level 2, he is blinking onto an Amaterasu just to get a bit more damage off and poke him out. You don't expect that from anybody except from Julio.
That does not bode well for you when that's how this game is starting. Arkle, of course, benefited largely due to the pressure of the rest of his team there. 7-1 on his kills and deaths there for himself. 16,000 damage only behind Julio here in this game, closing in on that 17,000 mark. And honestly, Picari Noobs 2, they sort of played around, I think, what you figured they would need to, Alpha Jackal, and that was Zeros being somewhat susceptible in that early game. I mean, Zeros, he was there, he was doing, some decent damage come the mid to late game, but largely mitigated. I mean, the route into this game was that the Hera was, 2 levels up here at some point, at one point rather, but at some point it's just too difficult to deal with, this Ao Kuang that's now starting to get fed, the tier that's just too strong, and when tier is 2-3 levels up on basically everyone on your team and just sort of walking at you, there's no way to go except back to the fountain and maybe back into picks and bans for game number 2. So you talked about maybe there needing to be some sort of counter to this tier if they're going to let Julio play it again. In your mind, what might that be?
That's the issue. There isn't really a counter to tier in lane. he just sustains in lane, and that's it. You just go, well, he's got his Fearless Power Cleave combo. I guess it's a draw. You could go something to equal that sort of impact in the late game. That's what the Amaterasu was kind of there for, just got a bit swept aside, so maybe something a bit more resilient. You can go a Xing Chen, a Kumbhakana, if you're really looking to go deep into the God pool. Could also, on the flip side, go for something a bit different. Go for an Ares in the solo lane. Could even go for an Ares in the support. Or just ban the tier away altogether. Or just ban it. Yep. That's also the option.
Yeah, not going to matter here as far as specific tier counters, is Julio's going to have to play something different. Tier takes a seat thanks to Picari Noobs 2, who are going to be over in that first pick spot this time around. Some more bans from Belt Slap here. Nemesis, whether it's against Johnny or Rapio, is still going to draw enough attention, I think, just because of the strength of the god at the moment, to make her worthy of a ban. Amaterasu banned out, so we're going to see a totally new solo lane matchup this time around. Olarun still not available, thanks to Belt Slap here. So Picari Noobs 2 in that first pick slot here. No Cthulhu. They got a lot to play with as far as a lot of strength left available in that god pool.
I mean, they could do what Belt Slap did in the first game, which is take away the Persephone as that first pick choice.
They could.
And that's exactly what they're hovering right now. They could look to take Yemoja. Remember, that got all the way to the second round of bans before even being banned. But the Persephone is going to be the mid laner of choice. They did manage to do well against Persephone, so Belt Slap do have the blueprint right there in front of them. It is something that they can look to replicate themselves. So I'm looking for them to get pressure. Maybe just take the ROM away from them.
Yeah, the Yemoja, I think, as you point out, still available. The Sobek is where my mind was going to go as well. Banned out by Picari Noobs 2 in game number 1, left open for Trix Tank here in game number 2. So a strong pivot there, I think, from Belt Slap. And there's still this ROM. So, I mean, you could just lock in all of your duo lane here at this point and maybe be happy about it if you're belt slapping. It is going to end up being the ROM snagged. So you talk about putting some early game pressure maybe onto this Persephone in the mid lane. Once Sobek gets to that point where he's feeling a little bit more free to rotate around, these Plucks are very good at setting up some individual kills.
Yeah, I don't expect Pickery Noobs to be able to live in the mid lane for very long, or even stay under the tower safely. Picorino's just going to get plucked consistently by Trix Tank from level 3 onwards. The Achilles pick, we've seen... Well, we have seen him play it in the jungle. We have seen Johnny play Achilles jungle, but I think that was more of a forced pick the last time he had to play it. And that was against the Pappies in a game that they ended up losing. So I'm thinking it's going to be Achilles solo. Quite an early draft pick here for Julio. Just heed the hot hand. If he wants to play Achilles, say, you know what, fine, have the Achilles.
That's right. It'll be over there for Pickery Noobs too this time around. So looking for some sort of answer back now is Belt Slap, and I wonder if Pickery Noobs 2. All right, so now it is a Thoth locked in for Zeros out of the mid lane. We know that he definitely holds this god in very high regard. So this maybe opens the door for Pickery Noobs 2 to start this wave of jungle bans, though it is difficult against Johnny, whether you ban out the Kali, the Bakasura, apparently there's an Ao Kuang waiting around the other side. You really have to think long and hard about what you want to play against here, I think, if you're the Pickery Noobs 2. Instead, Belt Slap, they're going to ban out the Kibo again. This time won't be their first ban. It's going to fall down to that second wave. But let's talk about this Thoth here for a little bit. Belt Slap getting Zeros onto the Thoth. What do you think of him out of the mid lane?
I think it's probably one of his strongest, if not his strongest god. I mean, it is a long-range, safe mage that can farm up very easily, and that's exactly what Zeros likes to play and like how he likes to do the game. He wants to just farm, he wants to kill you from a distance, and he wants to farm, and farm some more. He wants to be the most fed person on the map by far, and just take everything for himself and still kill you for it. You can do that with Thoth.
Yeah, that's kind of his whole MO, I guess. So strong pick there for Belt Slap. Kind of that rotating 3 of the Kali, the Ao Kuang, and the Bakasura. 2 of them are going to get taken away, the Kali and the Ao Kuang. Still need a jungler for the Pickery Noobs too, so maybe could edge in on some of Johnny's territory there if they want with these next 2, but it's going to be a Sun Wukong. Again, presumably to answer back to this Achilles out of the solo lane. If that is truly the solo lane matchup we're going to get here, what do you think, or how do you make of that one? Johnny, or Julio rather, kind of had his way in game number 1. Sun Wukong, do you think, able to do that to an Achilles here?
I think Sun Wukong is kind of underrated in the solo lane right now. Does quite a hefty amount of damage, very safe. And is there primarily for disruption to the backline. He wants to just get on top of a god like Persephone, on top of a god like Jingwei, is able to do that very easily, and then just lives because he is Sun Wukong, gets away with either going into his transformations or because he just flies away at the speed of sound. But the Thor pick is kind of interesting. It is, a Rapios-centric god, but could also very slightly be played into the solo lane, into the Wukong instead, if they want to put Achilles into the jungle, if they needed that execute around elsewhere.
Man, and it is Bakasura locked in now for Johnny to round out the draft for Belt Slap. Does that kind of tilt things over towards Belt Slap for you? You think they have the better draft? We can uncover the team names this time. We got to look at the players as well, maybe for the analysis on this one. Do you think Belt Slap get away with the draft that snags them the first win of the weekend here?
Yeah, I think this is going to be a 2-0. There's nothing much more to say about it other than the fact that they got 3-4 of their signature picks and are just going to basically have their way with Pickery Noobs 2 here.
It's the early game in game 1 where Pickery Noobs 2 could put out some pressure onto Belt Slap, but they couldn't build up on that gold lead. They'll need to do that and then some in game number 2 if they want to stay alive against Belt Slap. Blazy and Gormizer will take us on into game number 2.
Thanks again, Dolson. I am really interested to see these 2 comps. I'm specifically looking at, hey, coming up from Pickery Noobs alongside the Jijoni Bakasura. Gormeister, what do you think of these picks?
Man, I think I'll see in set number 2 because I see Johnny on Bakasura, and I know how this goes. It's the same story every time he gets this pick. I think it's going to be very difficult for Pickery Noobs to handle it, but I'll give them the benefit of the doubt. A lot of what they have, similar to last game, is aggressive, but a little safer this time around, right? You can be aggressive with this Achilles and still make it out. You can be aggressive with Thor and still make it out alive. The same thing over there for Alka and Davey. And so that's kind of what I want to see them. I want to see them fight a little bit more, still in the early game if I'm Pickery Noobs. But I think they have the propensity to be able to get aggressive like they did last game, but not lose as much if things don't go their way.
For sure, and I think, especially looking over here in this duo lane, they've got, they picked up Jingwei this time, and alongside it they have the Kuzenbo, which, as you said, is a lot safer than Cabrakan, but kind of fills that same role, right? Like, he wants to be really aggressive, he wants to be really in your face, doing damage to you, exactly like he's doing right now to Arkle, who's already forced to pop beads. That's knocked up there by Davey, so that's already a whole heck of a bunch of damage onto Arkle, and that's exactly the kind of thing we want to see from Alka.
It's all I want to see out of Pickery Noobs. I want that the entire time. If you can pressure Belt Slap right now, do it. Because for the next 10 minutes, that's your window. Once Johnny finishes a couple of items, that Bakasura is just going to be scary. It's going to be the same pace as last game, maybe accelerated. I think we can see Bakasura start to come online a little bit sooner. And it's just... I always hate when it comes down to this because it feels like it's almost inevitable for Belt Slap to pull the lead over in their favor. But I've seen Johnny on this Bakasura. It's one of the picks that for a long time was banned out against him. I mean, you'd see Kali bans, Bakasura bans, Ao Kwang bans, always against Belt Slap, because if it meant letting other people on the team being comfortable, at least you limited Johnny.
Yeah, for sure. It definitely does feel like Pickery Noobs are on a bit of a ticking clock, but so far so good, I suppose. They are, well, actually, scratch that. I was about to say they found themselves a small little gold lead, but no, once again, it's Belt Slap just farming just that little bit more efficiently, picking up already about a 200 gold lead, about a minute and a half in, which is going to be something, but Trix Tank looks like he could have been pressured out a little bit there, but it was just shy of being pushed under tower, so again, just a bit more of a slap fest over here in the duo lane.
Both carries at this point need to be worried. Davey a little less so, just because Jingwei versus Sobek, you have a lot easier time to disengage. Still has his beads up as well, so he's going to be able to kind of flex around. Arkle's beads are still down for another minute, and I happen to see a Thor in the area. I want to see this pressure get turned around, but instead he's back into base. I actually wanted to see maybe Pickery Noobs go for an early rotation. If both the mid lane, if Picorino and Rapio go over there, maybe they're able to force Belt Slap at least to play defensively and get some pressure back in their duo lane, which at this point should have had pressure. I mean, especially after the way things started, the fact that they're having to defend their purple buff, it's insane to me.
For sure, and it definitely looks like Belt Slap haven't...
How do we fall? How did we fall? When we are all we got. We are all we got. When we are all we got. Do we go left? I see no signs. Do we go right? Can't decide. Do we turn back? Do we turn back? It's in your face. First up to mine. What is the day? signs. Do we go right? Can't decide. Do we turn back? Do we turn back? It's in your face. First up to mine. What did the day end up in time? How do we fall? How did we fall? Do we go left? I see no signs. Do we go right? Can't decide. Do we turn back? Do we turn back? It's in your face. First up to mine. What did the day?
And we are back. So sorry for the delay, ladies and gentlemen, but let's jump straight back into this game as we're seeing Ulka potentially falling down here in defense of his purple buff, but thanks to some support from his ADC, iDavy's going to chase away the bad boys from Belt Slap. Welcome back, Gore. How you doing?
Doing pretty good, and still surprised to see Belt Slap this aggressive. Like, I guess, okay, that's maybe not the right term. I'm not surprised to see Belt Slap being aggressive. I'm surprised to see them being so successfully aggressive against a composition that feels like it should be more aggressive against them. Pickery Noobs, unfortunately, and maybe Alka most of all, kind of in that spot where he's the one receiving more damage than he's been able to dish out after that kind of early gank we saw earlier. But Rapio might be able to turn this around.
Potentially, does land down, forces the beads out of the Rama. Now it's going to be Trixtank who's in trouble. Falls down to about a third HP, and thanks to a nice wall from Rapio, they are going to pick up that kill, securing first blood for this team. So that's going to be huge already, potentially. Just skyrocketing Picari Noobs just to that little bit of a lead. Actually, cancel that. It's just barely canceled out Belt Slap's lead that they've been building up these last 5 minutes.
Yeah, that was the thing. Before the break, you had kind of mentioned that there was a gold lead being built up. It wasn't by Picari Noobs. Belt Slap still managed to be just a smidge ahead throughout all of that. And so I think better for them now to be in a position where you're at least nullifying something of it. But even then, wave to wave, it's going to vary a couple of hundred. But the fact that Belt Slap continually find themselves being slightly ahead of Picari Noobs, even though things don't go their way, even with First Blood Bounty, it's making me worry even more so for that Bakasura late game. He's just sitting around and farming. It's a ticking time bomb that is Johnny. And I think it's even worse when you start to factor in the other things. Julio is going to be able to start making these rotations on the Wukong, and that's going to be big team fight presence. I think that Zeros is, much like you would expect out of a Thoth, only going to get better with time. I think Belt Slap just have a good late game team comp, and Picari Noobs need to slow them down as much as possible and take this advantage and do something with it.
Well, what kind of things should they be looking to do to slow them down? I mean, it doesn't look like Belt Slap have any plans to do that themselves. So how are Picari Noobs supposed to find this this metaphorical break bar?
Well, more pressure from Rapio, which I think is maybe going to be more oriented around the ult. We haven't seen a lot of just blank ganks coming down from a Thor, really. It's only been ults, and now that he has that online, maybe it's going to open up that avenue to try and lock it down. But then you have to look at who he's trying to lock down. It is going to be difficult to deal with Zeros. It feels like a lot of the pressure they do have can be applied onto the duo lane between Rapio and Alka. I think there's a lot of pressure that can be had there, but Alka, I don't think I've really seen him get a push onto anybody since the first portion of the game. Maybe he got a second one there onto Arkle, but there hasn't been a lot of pressure from the Kuzenbo just yet. And the Thor, while he's been impactful for 1 kill, I want to see that snowball into 2, into 3. I want to see a little more out of that, whether it's just walking up, throwing down your wall and hoping for the best, or if it is from an ult in the Gold Fury pit like he did last time.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. I think we should be seeing Rapio trying to make something happen pretty much on cooldown with this ultimate to kind of capitalize off this semi-early aggression that we see potentially in the right side lane. I mean, we've already seen OT being able to put a fair amount of pressure onto Julio already, putting him into that ult range twice now so far from what I've seen. So potentially looking for a gank over there, putting Julio a little bit behind, or maybe even over on the other side again, trying to just put Arkle even further behind.
Anything that can get, yeah, like you said, Arkle further behind, anybody further behind. At this point last game, we had specifically seen Picarino start to get a little bit more of a lead, and that was because of pressure onto Zeros, and I think on Thoth they're just going to have a little more trouble locking him down. But Picarino doesn't have that big of a lead. There's actually a small lead there for Johnny, even though Odie has a small lead over Julio. So it's these small trades, but I'd take my solo laner being down half a level more than I'd take my jungler being down half a level. I think now that the Golden Blade's online, the farm's going to become a little more consistent overall for this Bakasura, and we're going to start seeing Johnny, again, pick up a second, or I guess second, his third item, whichever one, if you want to count boots or not, and he's going to be able to come through and just start tearing down Picari Noobs. And unfortunately, their responses are much like that. You get a blink out of Alka, which is a solid blink, a good push, and Arkle just pops his beads and shrugs it off. I think unless you're getting that consistently enough to burn those beads, it's not going to make a difference. Well, for sure, and we should definitely be seeing Picari Noobs looking to capitalize off of that, whether that's the rotation from Thor coming over and kind of going, all right, guys, well, Arkle doesn't have beads. Can we abuse this? Can we do something with this? But I think we definitely need to see more of that as a little bit of a... And I'm not sure if that's mistimed, but Thor's going to drop that kill, but no dropping of kill is going to happen in the mid lane as Zeros is going to put #1 on his belt
Up into the sky goes Thor, however, over in this left side jungle, where he'll land, nobody knows. Potentially an attempt to land on Johnny there. If it was off the mark. If not, it was just an escape hole. Give him the benefit of the doubt. But meanwhile, the support under some pressure still. But sorry, Gore. Go on, please.
No, it's just I like the call, but I just don't see where Pikari-noobs are trying to go with this. You know what I mean? It felt very discordant between all of them. Like, not a lot of people were communicating, or if they were, it just wasn't lining up the way they wanted to. They wanted to fight on left, but now there's a fight in mid. When we go mid, wait, now I can try to dunk on Johnny, but I'm not going to hit Johnny. Like, it felt like a lot of things that just didn't quite go right for them. And I like this gank on Julio. Normally I'd drop and say, look at the fight. But he's a Wukong. He's going to be alive.
Yeah. Yeah, he just jumped into that cloud. If anything, Rapio comes out of that fight a little bit worse for wear. And in fact, looks like Johnny's going to take that opportunity to go and steal the blue buff in the meantime. So definitely comes out in favor of Belt Slap there. I would totally trade out my ult for the enemy blue buff while playing solo.
And, I mean, as Wukong as well, you know, most of his ult... I was actually talking to Finch about this, I think yesterday at one point. We were sitting around and chatting, and I was saying I love Wukong solo, and I think it is one of those things. We like to meme it. He stays alive. Bird form gets you out of the fight very well. His ult gets you out of a fight. That somersault cloud heals you as well, so you can even re-engage if you use it properly. And there's a lot of maybe memes about his survivability that can come into it. But then you also have to factor in he's got a good stun, he comes with a knock-up, he's got a slow, an attack speed slow, and if you are going to look at him as kind of a late-game frontliner, he's pretty devastating if he gets to your backline. I mean, Davey and Rapio would have a lot of trouble dealing with him on his own, and so I think there's a lot that can be said if Julio can keep this pace up where he's relatively unanswered. It's going to go really well for Belt Slap in the late game once again.
Well, I think even if Julio does go answered, if someone decides to pick up the phone whenever he tries to call, I don't think it's really going to matter too much because it fits exactly into his playstyle like we saw him on the tier, as Rapio potentially looking for a gank onto that left lane, but decides probably for the better to just go and continue farming up. But just going back to that for a second, I feel like Julio will find a way to kill someone and fight regardless. And, sorry, speaking of fights, cutting myself off once again here on the left-hand side, as Belt Slap are looking to get some pressure onto Pikarin, but in fact, they're just going to try and run away.
Yeah, it's just been... I don't know, it's interesting watching Pikari-noobs trying to get aggressive, but unfortunately always being, well, much like that one, just one step behind, right? You get a double blink that amounts to nothing, and unfortunately for them, it's just starting to fall behind. I think that they have a lot of open opportunities still available to them. They just haven't quite come to fruition. And like you said, Julio, at least in his mind, I think this goes for a lot of Belt Slap, any pressure on them immediately is pressure that's not being put onto Zeros, not being put onto Arkle, not put onto Johnny, which opens them up to be, I think, even more aggressive and even happier with the way the games that are going to continue going.
For sure, and I think that's one of the trademarks of a really, really good team in that they can kind of go, alright, well, I might be taking the L this game, and, you know, the pressure's all coming onto me, but we'll take that, and as a team, we'll go, okay, well, then we'll focus on getting Zeros ahead, or, you know, whoever isn't getting pressured, as you said. And I think it's going to be really useful for them, and I think it's why we see them be so dominant, because it doesn't matter what the enemy team is trying to do, Belt Slap will find another way to still come out on top.
And unfortunately, that's just been the case. You know, it feels bad. At this point, we're in Phase 3 playoffs, and Belt Slap haven't lost a set all year, right? And that's one of those things, like, if you're Pikari-noobs, it's awesome to get a game off of Belt Slap at this point. I mean, that's noteworthy in and of itself. But coming into a full set and, you know, trying to be the team that takes them down, that's the hard thing to do mentally, and I think there's a lot of teams that have potential, and we've seen it, you know, throughout some of these teams. Even the Open Circuit team during the last playoffs making some interesting plays, but no one's really been able to lock them down consistently.
Yeah, for sure, and you know, there are so many interesting things that we see over the course of SDC, but hold that, as over here in the left-hand side, Johnny gonna pick up Picarino. He is gonna be able to do some amount of damage to turn around, but not quite able to survive long enough in that death stance to find any return kill. Johnny, though, without his ultimate, is going to fall down there to Davey, picking up one for himself. Under the water goes Trix Tank, comes back up, does a fair amount of damage to Davey, potentially looking for a block here to try and follow up with Zeros, who's rotated, and Arkil, who's on his way back now. Trix Tank forces the dash under tower, but now Captain OT trying to turn around, forced to ult away. Arkil not letting him get any sort of space away from him up into the sky. Here come that astral barrage arrows. Alka again under pressure, but now from the sky yet again it's going to be Rapio continuing on this fight, but he's going to get stuck. OT starts the fight, but straight away he's going to get traded out by Rapio. Zeros takes credit for that kill, and that should be the wash here, unless Zeros looks like he might want something else, but Alka recognizing the spacing, blinks back in, tries to find something, but Zeros is going to put him into the ground, and that could be it, other than the fact that Zeros is still going in. Captain OT trying to make something happen, but Zeros now, he's on no HP, and back comes Davey.
What is I said earlier about North America being the ones who just fight for no reason? That was... I don't know if I want to use the term sloppy or fun. Either way, it was exactly what you... At least I would have expected to see if we were watching some of the NA teams. Just an all-out brawl, and at the end of the day, I don't know who comes out on top, realistically. I mean, both teams lose a lot of their carries and lose a lot of their potential for turning that fight, just for the sake of trying to find that one more kill. Again, it all ends up favoring Belt Slap at the end of the day, just because they're still 1,000 gold ahead overall in Pikachu Noobs. And now they're even in a position, if they can pick off Alka here, or maybe even anybody, it doesn't have to be Alka, they could turn into a Gold Fury if they really wanted to. Johnny's back with his ult up. It's going to help shred through that a little bit faster. But it does look like they're going to play it just a little bit slower once again. Everything just decides to pop off in duo lane there, and ultimately Zeros, I think, is the one who comes out victorious. He gets 3 kills now on his belt, or he's going to be very happy to be able to spend some of that gold and turn it into farm. And yeah, you end up losing a few people throughout the process there. 4 for 4 rate the kills, but at the end of the day, I think it's net benefit for Belt Slap.
For sure, and like, I'm pretty sure after that engagement, Zeros was able to back and pretty much full buy Divine Ruin, just like that, so, as you said, definitely no complaints coming out from the Birdman, but what's kind of the... alright, that's the next play. Thanks for answering my questions, Joni. Now, Gore, giving you an attempt to answer, what's the next play for both of these teams?
Well, again, for Belt Slap, I think it's try to take some of the pressure they have and try to turn it into some objective. I was thinking Gold Fury, but looking at the map, it looks like they're thinking Pyromancer, and so they're going to be able to at least pick up something in their favor. And again, turning a lead into more of a lead is what this team does well, right? And now Johnny being able to get a couple of kills, Zeros showcasing his prowess. This is where things, I think, for Belt Slap start to shine up. They look for team fights, they look for picks, whatever they can find, it's going to be beneficial for them. If I'm Pikachu Noobs, I'll be honest, I'm a little lost. I'm looking for Rapio, trying to find something big. Captain Odie needs to start making maybe more rotations to turn this around, because otherwise, I don't know if they're going to be able to hold on as long as they'd like.
Yeah, I gotta agree with you there. I still haven't really seen as much of an impact from Rapio as I've been hoping to. We were saying last game about the Pele needing to make an impact early, this game with the Thor, and just none of it's really coming through as Belt Slap are going to pick up pretty much a free Gold Fury there. In fact, trading mid laner ults as the fight potentially looking to break around here. Arkil's going to take down Davey before he's able to get up into the airstrike, and Picarino, I'm not sure if he's going to be able to get away from the Monkey Man, but Arkil picking up number 2 on his belt. Down from the Somersault Cloud comes Julio, smushing that mid laner straight into the ground. Number 4 on the board for Belt Slap in this engagement, and I'm not sure Captain OT is going to find himself with much more of a favorable fate, as he should fall down here in just a second and potentially open up, I mean, literally anything Belt Slap want to do.
Yeah, I think this is, man, that's just unfortunate for Pikachu Noobs. First off, you're still all dead for a few more seconds, which is insane in terms of timing. Should be a Fire Giant coming up soon for Belt Slap. If not, I'm starting to question where their priorities are. Maybe the towers, but Fire Giant seems so easy to scoop up here. At 18 minutes in, it's going to give them that lead. Very similar to game number 1 that will turn this so heavily in their favor that you start to stress out. If you're a Pikachu Noobs fan, but you're happy. At least they still have 4 towers standing up, so there's more for Belt Slap to have to work through in order to make this work out for them. It's taken them a little while to get this done right now, which is a little stressful, I think, for Belt Slap as a whole. But they finally get it, and they're going to seal the deal. That last fight is just unfortunate for Picari Noobs all around, though, right? You lose because everybody's fighting what felt like 3 separate engagements, whereas Belt Slap were fighting 1 engagement. Julio does a great job of separating the team and making sure some people are forced to fight him. Good snipes from Arkle. It was mentioned in Game 1 how great it was to try and strip this pick away from Arkle because the ROM is just, it feels like home for him, and we got to see that a lot in that last team fight. Now they're comfortable, they get themselves a tier 2, they've got a pretty massive lead. I'm looking at Johnny's items and I'm a little scared. I'm looking at the slash line for Zeros, and I'm starting to get even more worried if I'm Picari Noobs, because turning this one around almost feels like what we were saying last game, and at 19 minutes, I don't like having to say that you're looking for a Phoenix defense, but it almost feels like you're just waiting to try and defend around there. You might be able to put up a fight around a tier 2, but given the penetration and the Fire Giant now online for Belt Slap, it's a little iffy to make that call, and it's that question of how sure of yourselves are you that you could make a defense around a tower versus your Phoenixes.
Yeah, no, I gotta completely agree with you here. I think the Phoenix call, while, as you said, it's very much like, is it too early to start talking about defending Phoenix? But I think it's definitely the right call, like, considering just the differences in levels of some of these players. I mean, Alka's level 11 to Trix is 14, and on support, that is such a huge difference, and, well, it might even be enough of a difference to make Alka fall down here, as, yeah, there's no way he's escaping that. Falls down yet again. 3 deaths on the board for Mr. Hey! But, yeah, I think it's probably going to be in Picari Noobs' best interests to try and find this Phoenix defense. Maybe look for a big Thor roll. Maybe look for an execute or 2 from Captain Odie. But, like, what really can they do? You know?
Well, hey, silver lining, because Alka's still level 11. It was 30-second respawn timer, so he's going to be back pretty soon. And at least that's going to help defend from Phoenixes. We were wondering if it was too soon. All the towers are gone now, so it's never too soon.
No, absolutely. And 2 Phoenixes being put under pressure here. The left one is going to fall down for pretty much free. The mid one was successfully defended, though, by Picarin. But in Belt Slap's defense, they did only send their tanks and Joni to try and defend it, but Picarin actually not staying under Phoenix. They're trying to fight outside here. The dunk comes through, and so does the plant, but up into the sky goes Arkle to get his way out of the thorn bush. Joni gonna keep chomping through these players, though. 1, 2, 3 fall down. Arkle takes credit for the 3rd one, and now this mid Phoenix might not even come into the equation with only 2 players left standing. No ultimate available for Picarino. I'm not really sure there's anything that they can do against Belt Slap, who are just charging in. Davies trying to get off some of this damage, but the Titan's already at half HP. The damage is coming through not only onto the Titan, but onto the players as well. And actually, it looks like Belt Slap might be dividing their focus too much here. And it looks like they might actually get pushed off of the Titan.
The Titan's doing as much work as it can, and luckily for Picarino and the team, it's going to get their respawn timers in just in time. That was just, I don't even know, like you said, I think the best way to word it is that they were focusing on too much. They were trying to get kills and kill Titan. If they had focused on just kills or on just Titan, then I think we'd either see the end, no, we would be seeing the end. It's not, I think, the game would be over by now. And the fact that they all lose a little bit there is unfortunate for Belt Slap. More just prolongs the inevitable, I think, at this point. 2 Phoenixes already down. Difficult, I think, for Picari Noobs to hold on to this. The Titans just a little over half HP, maybe at half HP there. So you're still sweating just as much now, if not more, than you were a few minutes ago.
No, for sure, but another, in my opinion, kind of a perplexing play here. Coming up from Rapier, we haven't seen him barely all game, but decides to go and try and defend this Oni Fury here. Sorry, the Primal Fury, but actually, they do manage to pick up a kill. Arkle falls down here in defense of this Fury. And, I mean, I don't know why Picarin Noobs are fighting so far up here in this situation, but I guess it works out for them somehow.
I was going to say, the first time they've decided to fight outside of their Phoenix, they got Zeros and lost almost everyone, and it almost cost them the game. The second time, you get Arkle, and you don't lose anybody in response. So that's at least a good pick to be able to get aggressive, find something. But you feel like, at least in my eyes, you invested a lot. You don't have 3 of your ults online right now. Fire Giant's going to be coming back in about 10 seconds, so at the end of the day, I don't think it really hurts Belt Slap that much for where Arkle dies. It gets you some of the experience and gold because of the bounty that he would have had on his head. But now they'll be able to take the Fire Giant just in time for Arkle to respawn and get the buff as well. It's a lot of weight, maybe onto Rapio, maybe onto Alka to be the ones to defend this if they can try to strip it away.
For sure, and it doesn't look like they're going to even try. I think they're aware that it's going on, but I don't think, and I think they're absolutely right to not try and defend the Fire Giant. Yeah. I gotta quickly circle back to that Primal Fury defense and be like, yeah, they got the kill, but why? Why did they get the kill? You know, like, for what reason did they decide to go and defend that Primal, especially as the Fire Giant was coming up? Like, we could have seen that exact same defense happen around the Fire Giant, which could have maybe turned the tables and given Pikareen a space to try and get their way back into this game.
Yeah, it's interesting to see them put that much effort, like you said, into a Primal Fury of all things. Like, maybe the one of all Furies that is so easy to just let go to the wayside. Like, you ignore that because of what's going to come up afterward. So, I guess intriguing to see what Pikareen noobs are trying to go for here. And maybe just unfortunate because they get that aggressive, they get that kill, and like you said, it doesn't really result in anything. They just have to keep defending left and mid. And now you're in the same position you were last time, except there's only one Phoenix up, and they have Fire Giant, and the Titan's already at half health. You have to be way more careful with this split, because I'm looking at Julio, who's looking to loop around and gank you.
Yeah, and he's being joined by his jungler, Johnny, also attempting to actually, potentially even just following the wave and going straight for the Titan. But, I mean, he could. He's a Bakasura. He has his ultimate available to him, but the whole of Pikareen noobs also holding on to their 4 buttons, looking to potentially find some sort of defense here. What is going to be the first move?
Well, the Phoenix goes down, and it seems like Belt Slap are going to take it slow. With mid and left about to respawn, they're just going to take those for good measure. But you've got 3 waves of minions that are pouring into your base, 2 of which are fire minions. This is usually a death sentence.
Yeah, absolutely, and it looks like Captain Oti is going to be the first one to actually accept his punishment, but for now it's looking like it could have a turnaround. Oti takes to the sky, trying to get the execute, but not quite on time. A little bit longer and it might have worked out, but Rapio does find the kill, but he is going to get traded out nice and quickly there by Arkle. Now it's going to be Alka falling down to Johnny, and now once again it's up to Pikarino and Davey to attempt to save this, but I don't think it's quite going to work out for them this time. Down from the sky comes Julio. Pikarino gets smushed into the sidewalk. Once again, only Davey up against the world. The world says, sorry, Davey, not today. And that is going to be 2-0 for Belt Slap, winning off the set. Pikarinoobs, we'll see you in the losers bracket, but welcome to semifinals, Belt Slap.
Yeah, no Miracle Play Part 2 where they stop the Titan defense, or they maintain a Titan defense there once again. And I can't count how many times that I've seen Belt Slap end, but unfortunately Zeros goes down. Like, every single time it feels like Zeros is the one who gets honed in, his team won't peel for him, he gets burned down, and then they win the fight anyway. It's fun to watch, but either way, Belt Slap, like you said, moving on to the semifinals. Not the end of the road for Pikareen noobs, definitely some things to take home and kind of take note of as they work forward through that lower bracket, but I think the highlight is that, well, Belt Slap still undefeated as of right now. Somebody's got to take them down soon.
Well, not fingers crossed for Belt Slap, obviously, but hopefully we can see potentially a bit of an upset. As you said, Belt Slap haven't actually lost a set this entire season, so I think it would be super cool to see one of these other teams come up and rise to the challenge, but we'll have to see who will be facing them in that semifinal game, as we're going to throw you guys to a quick break, but we'll be back very shortly with the next set in the SCC playoffs.
like that, Belt Slap start off their Phase 3 playoffs weekend with the 2-0 over Pekaree Noobs 2. How do we get there, though? Alpha Jackal is with me to break down. We already talked a good bit about game number 1. Game number 2 here, though, AJ, was a little bit longer by the factor of 2 or 3 minutes, I suppose, but still very much in Belt Slap's control. This one felt more like a whole team effort, lots of big fights that just kept going Belt Slap's way time in and time out.
Yeah, for 4 of the 5 members of Belt Slap, it went their way. Poor Zeros just fed to the lambs, as it were. But that's sort of the way it goes if you're a Thoth. If you manage to get dove upon by a Achilles and a Thor, you kind of do expect to die, but you also expect the rest of your team to clean up, and they did that perfectly. Especially, Johnny, he's usually in the backline, looking for the kills onto their backliners, onto Davian, onto Picarino. But most of his kills came up onto OT, came up onto Rapia, came onto Alka, which is a bit more unusual, but it speaks more of their adaptability in their drafts and their gameplay.
And all things considered, Zeros had a okay slash line, 5-3, but really the damage from Arkle took over towards the end there. 21,000, higher than basically any 2 people you could put together on Pekaroo Noobs. A little bit less than that, to be fair, but Arkle had himself an absolute game there on the ROM. So good temperature check for this Belt Slap team. Not that we needed one. We knew what they were bringing here into this weekend, but they obviously have shown that they're here to play. But the team that is going to face them in the semifinals, that'll be decided here in just a minute. Alpha Jackal, Poppies versus Snake Pit. That'll be the next matchup we watch here. Of course, Pekaree Noobs 2. They drop down to the losers bracket round 1. They'll face the loser of, again, the next matchup that we're going to watch here. So you start to look towards Poppies versus Snake Pit. What do you like there on that matchup? Do you give either team an edge kind of on a high level?
I think more often than not, you're going to be expecting the Poppies to take the set victory. They have done throughout pretty much the entirety of the SEC, apart from in Phase 1, where they stumbled to a 4th place finish. Otherwise, they have been the closest challengers to Belt Slap. So I'd say about a 75-25 chance that it's going to be the Poppies advancing from that set.
Sure. Hey, it's sometimes all it takes is that 25% vote. We've seen some lopsided matchups go the opposite way this year, so maybe the next one will be more of the same. We've already got 1 ticket punched onto the semifinals. That is Belt Slap, Poppies versus Snake Pit. It'll be up right after this quick break. See you in a sec.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the SMITE Challenger Circuit Playoffs. Aggro joined now by Mifflin as we're getting ready for the second European set. We got the Poppies up against Snake Pit. And Miff, usually Europe has been a little bit dominated by Belt Slap, as North America has been dominated by Baskin and the boys. But the Poppies versus the Snake Pit should be a little bit more competitive than what we just saw from the Peakery Noobs.
It should be, but by that same note, the Poppies have reached some highs that the rest of EU haven't. They're the only team in the league that's ever taken a set off of Belt Slap. They've got a ton of really historied players like Marcus, Checchio, Warchi, Jaco, Mariano, or Marino, depending on how he feels on the given week. I mean, each one of these guys individually are very strong players, but as a team, I think they come together very well.
These guys have been playing together forever, it feels like, and they've been pretty successful. It's been a little bit up and down. They've had their moments where they've looked like they could compete at that SPL level. They've had moments where it looks like they are pretty far from that level. We'll see which version of the Poppies we're going to get today, but riding along with their backline on these highlights so far, and I think that's a good place to start, because when this team is popping off, it's because Checchio and Warchi get the space to operate, and then they end up capitalizing on that.
Yeah, they play a very smart backline generally, where they just kind of have the frontliners group up with themselves and then leave the mid and hunter to their own devices, let them peel for each other around these Fire Giant dances, and it looks pretty strong, especially considering the picks that we generally see come through for them. A lot of Scylla, occasionally you'll see some Nuwa come through as well, a lot of very independent mid laners, and I think it fits their playstyle very well.
On the other side, we have the Snake Pit, which is a team that's still looking to find their identity, I feel like, but a couple pretty big names in terms of the SCC European scene, Worst Turtle and Spudio jumping off the page to me. So Spudio in that long lane up against Warchi is going to be a matchup to watch.
It is. I mean, we can't also sleep on Worst Turtle in general, right? I think that's really the namesake of this team. He really is able to just pop off on these jungle picks, facilitate a high-pressure long lane if he needs to, or even rotates in a solo pretty often. I think he's one of the few junglers in this league that likes to go for the early game solo lane ganks. I think that you should definitely keep your eyes on the jungler.
Worst Turtle has been a name that's been in the SCC forever and has always been on that second, third seed team, just trying to get towards that top end. Feel like this is a good opportunity for him to have a big set. And junglers in general right now really running the map. But what else is new, Mifflin? I mean, that's what junglers have done forever. It's the most important role on the map.
Most important role, hardest role, we gotta not only search for our own farm and compete with the enemies because they could steal our camps, but also dummy mid laners like to walk into our backs and take them as well because they're smooth brain. Hey, you know what? They control the map because no one else is able to do it. Yeah. Junglers are really, really good.
Oh, thank
and
you.
know
Tyler
what? I think we
just
should
said
keep
trying.
trying.
Bands are ready. No, Miff. Listen, I would have loved to let you finish, man. Really, I love hearing about how difficult jungle is for you, but picks and bans were ready, man. It was out of my hands. I couldn't do anything. They were telling me we had to get to them. Like it wasn't me. You know, it was production. You can blame them. Poppy's in that first pick slot. Remember that we are playing on that bonus balance patch, not the patch that just went live on Tuesday. So gods like Ra that got buffs that we've seen a lot of, at least I've seen a lot of in ranked over these last few days. Do not expect them to be at that same power level. Then that means Nemesis is still untouched. She's the only god who got nerfed in that patch that just went live on Tuesday. So Nemesis, I imagine, will be a pretty high point of contention here.
Yeah, Nemesis should be on everyone's mind, especially considering just how strong the counter matchups are and gods like Cthulhu or even Amaterasu out of Soul Lane. And I think we should be seeing a lot of Cupid bans going through today because one of the most natural counters to him on the newest patch is going to be Artemis, who hasn't quite got that buff just yet. With Cupid getting banned out this early in the ban phase, it makes me think that Snake Pit are going to be looking for a ROM pick themselves or maybe even towards a Magical Hunter. How Poppies choose to respond is yet to be seen.
Morrigan banned away by the Poppies is pretty interesting to me. The god that, once you show the capability to play it, really does end up dictating a lot in picks and bans. So clearly they feel like Angry is a threat on this pick, and Persephone as well, even though they are in the first pick position. Again, a little bit telling to me on what the Poppies are prioritizing. And if you're in first pick and you're banning Persephone, that tells me that you don't feel like you can play it that well, because that god is so strong. You should be snapping that up pretty much every time you can take it.
I agree completely. This Cthulhu getting hovered really early on. I'm not overly familiar with this scene, so I'm not sure whether or not they're going to prioritize this into the support role or into solo. It's a strong flex either way. But with Nemesis being left on the table at this point, if Snake Pit just take it for themselves, she's going to be able to instantly mitigate a lot of that damage mitigation that Cthulhu gets from his ultimate. It's going to be so much easier to just eliminate him in team fights. Normally when you see a Cthulhu get to that 20-minute stage of the game, he just wants to press 4 and then hold W into an entire enemy team. It doesn't work out nearly as well when you're just not tanky.
Interesting with the Kumbhakarna first pick here for Snake Pit in response to that Cthulhu. Nemesis still open, as you mentioned, but it will not be the Nem. It'll be the Rom that they take. Look, the Rom I get. Cupid banned. He's the best hunter available alongside Cupid. I'm cool with that. But Kumbhakarna is not a pick that we see prioritized at the SPL level a whole lot. Now, maybe in the European SCC that is a contested pick, but it feels to me like we don't really know what we're going to pick here, so let's just pick something pretty safe, and Kumba's the pick for them.
Yeah, I was expecting something along the lines of even a Hercules if you want to pick a support there, or the Nemesis just to counter out the Poppies or something along those lines. But with Kumbhakarna coming through here, it's going to be a decent amount of peel. It's going to have very good lockdown, epic uppercut, should set up very well for whatever mid laner they decide to take for themselves. But it's just interesting to see these picks coming through. Now, Poppy's going a little bit unorthodox as well. Normally, when you think of that next tier down, under the Cupid, under the Rom as well, you think Heimdall or something along those lines. But instead, it's going to be the Hachiman, or even a Jingwei would have come to mind a little bit earlier on. Hachiman's going to bring a lot of similar value that Jingwei would have in that he's one of the safest hunters in the game. He's still got a little bit of boxing potential with the EI Jutsu stun. CC immunity and ultimate's going to be pretty helpful up against gods like Kali and Kumbhakarna. It seems like Poppy's strategy for the long lane is let's just farm it up and wait for late.
Hachi's one of those gods that you can never be that upset about picking, but you're also not like, yes, dude, they left open Hachiman. We got him. You know, we really manipulated these picks and bans in a way that we got Hachiman this time around. He's a hunter. Like, he just does the hunter stuff, and he can get ahead and be pretty oppressive, but when behind, I feel like he is one of the lower impact hunters that you could have. So I wonder what type of pressure the Poppies are going to draft for that support role. It's not going to be Khepri, and Nemesis is banned by the Snake Pit as neither team took her in their top 3. Think still a little bit surprised by how these have gone, with Nemesis making it all the way down to that second ban phase. And then no big mage ultimates banned away here by Poppies. Big follow-up off of that Kumbhakarna ult like you were asking for. A little bit more utility mages taken off the board in Merlin and Nuwa.
Yeah, very interesting ban phase in general. It seems like Snake Pit really do think this Cthulhu is going to be going into the solo lane with that Khepri ban coming through. So having Sun Wukong over there, we can run down that matchup a little bit. Sun Wukong's not going to die. Cthulhu likely also not going to die unless we see a gank come through from this Kali. It should be a wet noodle fight lane. Sun Wukong should very well come away with pressure once it gets that second or third item slot. Should be pretty easy for him to proxy waves and then rotate out. It's going to be up to the Poppy solo laner to try and keep up with those rotations. But you already highlighted it. This Merlin and Nuwa ban is a little bit interesting because neither one of those gods generally synergizes very well with Kumbhakarna. You'd expected something maybe like a Ra or even a Poseidon, just something with a huge AoE ultimate to follow up off of that huge CC coming through from your support. But instead they decided to ban out one of the best objective burn gods inside of Merlin and one of the best team fight gods inside of Nuwa. It should fit out pretty well, but when Hera's still available, now that's going to fit exactly what you need.
Yeah, Hera feels like a pretty strong pick here for the Snake Pit, and they are going to lock it in. The Awilix pick on the other side, though, for the Poppies, only one leap. You're looking at Kali as the one who's going to make herself vulnerable to that gravity surge, but Kuzenbo knockup can be potent enough. Do you like the Awilix pick here?
I love Awilix in general because I like to hail Feather Step as the level 6 execute because it's just so much damage. But into this matchup, yeah, you really only have Kuzenbo ultimate to set up for you, or even the Cthulhu knockup if you've got the nuttiest reaction times on the planet. It's going to be very hard for him to find value off of the Gravity Surge ultimate, but you could also just use it in general as a stim, maybe help out with some objectives, things like that. General matchup into Hera is pretty strong. Hera's going to want to drop Argus on her feet the second a jungler engages. If you time your Feather Step right, you're going to dodge a ton of that damage.
And the polymorph pretty slow for Hera as well. I think we're going to be riding along with what the Poppy's jungler is doing in this game, because that Awilix pick does look like the determining factor to me. Miff, which draft do you like more overall? Who you got here in game 1?
It's got to be Snake Pit, man. This draft they've come away with is incredibly strong. Just having this late game hyper carry inside of Kali, Hera should be able to peel for herself, and then you've got a very easy to line up team fight phase with Sun Wukong and Kumba. Looking good.
Poppies versus the Snake Pit, the second European set. We'll throw it down to Dave Dolson Olsen for the cast.
That sure is me, Aggro. Thank you very much. Belt slap waiting with open arms in the semifinals for the winner of this one, Poppies versus the Snake Pit. Alpha Jackal's with me, and of course Doug working the camera. And AJ, this is going to be an interesting one to watch. I think you said the Poppies probably 75 to 25% favorites maybe in this one. Usually the team that goes toe-to-toe with the Snake Pit. You look at these drafts that both squads have, are you still feeling that 75% favorite over to the Poppies?
Can I drop down to 50-50 at this point? You know, is there a redo? Is there an opt-out clause that I can go for?
I think so. So 50-50 I think is a fair enough split here in this one. Is it something that maybe the Poppies drafted themselves or didn't draft versus maybe the Snake Pit? You think they're just bringing a much stronger composition to the table?
I think just the Snake Pit's draft is better throughout the early game, the mid game, and the late game. I just have a look at the comps. I think the Snake Pit's is superior. It's okay, better at this point. It's just better overall. Just straight up one way of saying it. The Poppies still have the option of getting pressure over here on this duo side, thanks to the fact that they do have the Kuzumbo. And both teams here going for this strategy we've seen developed a bit in the SPL, which is saving your Hand of the Gods for the Alpha Harpy, so you hit level 2 on the first wave.
Right, there was some juggling going on with supports moving in for the Ghost Minion, hitting that level 2, those sorts of things, but usually has been around that Alpha Harpy more recently than not. Unfortunately, Poppy's just a little bit behind here on the wave, so they won't reach that level 2 mark right away. Snake Pit a chance for some early poke there, able to trade in a little bit of damage, but not much more on the back end of that. I think an interesting point, though, that the desk brought up was around this Awilix pick out of the jungle, and maybe just kind of a direct counter pick to the Kali, or maybe it's going to set up something here in the early game. Oh, Angry taken so low. It's going to walk his way beneath the tier 1 tower, but not far enough to stay alive. Now the worst turtle has to worry about surviving. He will be able to do so. But hey, right on cue, the Awilix swings first.
Okay, 60-40. I was joking, okay? But no, that's sort of the plays that the Poppies do. You just don't expect them to play that aggressively with gods that don't really synergize well together. Is you pick a Awilix and you don't go, oh, Thoth's going to be so sick with this pick, I'm going to pick the Thoth right here. And they just walk up to your face and go, okay, we're going to kill you straight away. And Marcus continues that aggression as well here. Gets a nice ward out early on that right-hand side, looking to keep the pressure on this right-hand side to invade on the backhand, put this Kali behind early.
Yeah, I guess that's always the threat as well of this Hera in the early game is, later on you get that massive shielding. We've even seen people build Bulwark on Hera just for extra survivability there in the back line. But early on, I mean, you got a polymorph, and if that's not hitting and you don't have your shield yet, which I don't think Angry did there, or if he did, it got melted down quickly. The threat very much alive. And now Alpha Jackal, Angry doesn't have beads out of that mid lane. So this Hera has got to play extra safe maybe for the next few minutes.
Does have to play that bit safer, but is still buoyed by the fact that not level 5 yet on Marcus, so still doesn't have access to that gravity surge. Just has to try and hope that he can worm his way out for the next minute and 10 seconds before Marcus does hit that level 5. Otherwise, I think Angry has got a massive target on his back for that first gank from Marcus.
I think the threat here as well, and you pointed it out earlier, is Worst Turtle scaling, getting better with time, Angry or needing to put Worst Turtle behind, rather, as a factor of this Kali building up, getting better with time. Angry, of course, is going to do much of the same on this Hera. Late game Hera drops Argus and one-shots people in the back line. So it's always a threat. You got to keep piling on the pressure early, and that's what this red buff invade is going to look to do. Oh, the ultimate from Marcus. Not triggered right away, so Worst Turtle able to leap out, stay alive there. But the red buff invade looks like it might be successful here. Rotation over from Dazer. So the red buff looks like it gets dropped there, but Snake Pit's still on the back foot.
Yeah, that's a really, really good invade there from the boys of the Pappies. They almost managed to get themselves another kill, but Angry gets his transform off at the perfect time for Worstel to get away. Don't forget, Marcus elected to go for Blink rather than Beat as his first relic, so no way of getting out from that polymorph transformation to then cast that Gravity Surge.
Yeah, good point. The lockdown there from Angry, just enough to keep that kill from coming through, but still putting that pressure on and out forward. So as much as you can do to put this Kali behind early is definitely going to be important to look at. We have seen some pressure, though, Alpha Jackal, over here in the long lane up to this point. The Rom definitely strong here. Chekio getting dove now suddenly by Worst Turtle. The execute's going to be just wide. Oh, but he wants some more damage. He's going to walk himself forward, but unable to find the final shots. Angry escaped with his life, and Worst Turtle answers back after falling early on in this game. Both supports now are going to find their way to mid. But it's the 1-for-none as Snake Pit strike back.
Hey, that was close. I respect the aggression and the play for Chekio. I think as any mid laner, you want to try and stamp your authority on your lane opponent. Just
of course.
Needed a tiny bit more time before his dash was up to then get away from Worst Turtle. I thought he was going to get away in any case. He certainly is putting out his energy onto that mid lane.
Yeah, the final judgment there just a little bit wide. It actually would have been likely a turnaround kill there had that one connected, but Angry able to sidestep things here. So now kind of the counter of what we were seeing early was Marcus putting out a good bit of pressure onto Worst Turtle now as Kali has picked herself up a kill. So the snowball potential has started to reach critical points. Not just yet, though, 5.5 minutes in, but Worst Turtle absolutely in a position where you can start to snowball things a bit out of control. Just prior to that, I was trying to bring up the Hunters before action started, and same thing's going to happen here. A polymorph from range is going to slow down Marcus. As another red buff invade is being started up here. Draco Mariano walks his way in. Gravity Surge back onto Dazer. But the Kumbhakarna healthy enough to dash his way away. So more pressure being put out by the Poppies on this red buff side, feeling comfortable with where their 3v3 is early.
Yeah, but they weren't able to take away the red buff successfully, so a good defense by the Snake Pit. And now they're the ones with the opportunity to put the aggressive markers on themselves. Speaking of aggression, he looked to try and kill Marcus, put him down to half health as he was looking for a tasty invade onto the purple buff. Drake Marina's not going to let them do that by themselves that easily, and that's what you kind of have to do. If you are still looking to try and put the pressure onto this left-hand side, don't let them get anything for free.
Purple buff, hopefully, is not going to go down for free if you're the Snake Pit. The knockdown from Dazer is there, but the purple buff locked down by Draco Marino. But Dazer, he stayed too long, the dash away, but the up and over from Marcus is there. That's going to trigger the passive here. Marcus ends up getting the kill in the mid lane. A bit of a dive as Worst Turtle looking towards Chekio. But the Thoth is able to back his way safely enough. And the Poppies grab themselves a kill and stay alive in the mid lane.
Yep, so 2 lanes going the way for the Pappies right now. Solo lane, the only one that's really going in favor of the Snake Pit quite handily. I think Mifflin hit the nail on the head on the desk where Terum should have the pressure in this lane for the most part against the Cthulhu. So it's just maybe a bit more nursing over here for the Pappies to make sure everything's going according to plan. Or maybe this is the plan. Just get the rest of the lanes as ahead as possible and don't really have to worry about this Wukong in the mid game.
Yeah, but is it time to hang up the Wukong is only good for running away from fights and staying alive? We saw massive damage and big, I'd argue, team fight carrying out of Wukong over this last weekend in the SPL. So, you know, you expect maybe the lane to be going the way it is right now. But I think Wukong has gotten to a point where he's a multifaceted... I'm not saying you said it, but there's definitely been conversations around it where it's a multifaceted threat pick now, I think, out of the solo lane.
I've always thought that Wukong's been a tremendous pick that's been criminally overlooked. So I am in that corner, and I will stay in that corner till I die. Which was kind of quick last time this conversation reared its head. But Terum, the Worst Turtle, sorry, is looking to just take his account for himself. The fight breaks out, and Dazer is nearly toast already.
Yeah, he's got to dash his way away there. Draco Marino's going to pop the ultimate, but not enough damage. Marcus around to the side, though, could be a dive as everyone from the Poppies rotates in. Workg drops the banner, drops the kill. Down goes Dazer. Now, it's Creed underneath that tier 1 tower, aggroing things up, but it's going to shift over. Double stun for Worst Turtle as he jumps into the back line, but it's a push right back through from Draco Marino. Somehow the Kali stays alive through that ultimate. Chekio limping away from the back of this way. That's a TKO. Effectively get the kill there. Marcus was looking a little bit further for the kill, might not be able to find it here. Terrorem slams down the damage. Draco Marino attempting the peel there. Unable to find it. It looks like the tier 1 tower in mid will end up falling as well.
That's the plan for the Pappies all along, was get that tower. That's why all 5 of them are there. You have to expect that if you're playing against the Pappies, that they will 5-man rotate at the 9-minute mark, like no team ever does. It's just what the Pappies do.
Yeah, I'm not sure Snake Pit are expecting everyone from the Poppies to suddenly be there, but they were, and they had to answer back. There was a decent amount of counterpunch there, I'd argue, from the Snake Pit. Terrorem's able to get himself on the board, but another 1 kill for the Poppies and that mid-tier 1 tower. So that opens up this map now a little bit extra, Alpha Jackal. 9.5 minutes in, no more mid-lane tier 1 tower to deal with.
I think that's probably more impactful than most other tier 1 towers in mid have ever been. The mid lane was sort of balanced on this knife edge. We see 1 kill go one way 1 minute, and then suddenly return kill in the next. But now Snake Pit have to regress a bit further. They have to play a bit more defensively because they don't have that safety net. This is, like you said, going to open the map up for the Pappies a huge amount and allow them to invade onto red buffs a bit easier, maybe invade onto the back camps on the right-hand side a bit easier. But most importantly, gives them a better foothold on that Gold Fury.
Right, I mean, the red buffs were getting invaded anyway. Now it's just a little bit safer for the Poppies to do so, and they are going to hover their way, as you point out, close to this Gold Fury. Maybe searching for a fight to lock down the objective easier on the back end of things. Worst Turtle being looked at, all 5 ultimates ready to go for either side. Chekio attempting to poke out some long-range damage there, unable to find much for his troubles, but you got to admire the Poppies. They're going fishing here for maybe somebody from the Snake Pit just being a little bit too far overextended. But Snake Pit able to answer back confidently, and unfortunately the confident answer is just to back themselves up, but it's not going to stop the Poppies from continuing to push this far ahead.
Yeah, they're still looking for the poke, put Dazer down to about half health. He doesn't have his he doesn't have Blink, he went for the shell, so it's not the end of the world for him. He can still look to engage. Solonids do make the rotation. Spudio's all down to half health as well on this left-hand side. So this is the opportunity for Poppies to take this fight on the Gold Fury.
That's right, and you're hoping if you're the Snake Pit, you're able to answer back confidently. Unfortunately, Dazer being gravity surged back in is not the way to do it. Marcus gets the kill there. Down comes Argus to split out the front and the back line from this fight as the Wheelix has to disengage. Worst Turtle into the ultimate, and he's got the execute. Full heal now onto the Kali, but the ultimate's going to time out. There's plenty of damage on the backside, and Spudio, Creed, they've both got one. 2-for-2 trade as we stand so far now in this fight. Terrorem will drop down off the cloud. It's a 2-for-2 engagement. The Snake Pit, though, are going to have to be the ones to back themselves off. The pressure continuing to pour in on the left side of the map.
That was a very good fight. What looked like a very good fight for the Poppies. They didn't have the anti-heal online as of yet, and so it just means Worst Turtle got himself a full heal from that kill onto Draco Marino. It was quite spectacular to see.
Yeah, if you're Snake Pit, you're thrilled to be seeing that. If you're the Poppies, you're wondering how in the world you're supposed to deal with a Kali that had no health and then suddenly had everything. I mean, that's the moment maybe that really turns that fight around. The Poppies were pretty much winning handily elsewhere if Worst Turtle wasn't able to find that execute. But he was. So the fight was brought right back towards even. And I think that one was extra important for the Snake Pit. There's this slow bleed that was starting to build up from the Poppies. These individual picks here and there. Marcus really driving this game, affecting all of the kills. It was about 1,000 and some change gold differential. This Gold Fury is going to be so important for the Snake Pit to kind of stay relevant, I think, in this early to mid game.
I think it is as well. I think the longer it goes on, the better the chance the Snake Pit has of taking the game into their own hands or sneaking the game away from the Pappies, depending on how it does go from here. But something to point out is Worst Turtle's builds. Usually we see Kali's opt for the kin size a bit later on, rather than rushing it as he's done as his second item. They should go for a couple of katanas first, especially the Hasten katana, just to stick to players. But a bit of a different build here. Maybe the Snake Pit's whole goal is to just bring down this Cthulhu as quickly as possible.
And kind of on the flip side, you're looking at jungle builds across the board as well. Marcus, Brawler's Beat Stick, so we mentioned anti-heal. Going to be very important for slowing down a lot of what the Snake Pit are building off of. But then early Hydras now for Marcus. This Wheelix is going to be doing a good bit of burst damage sort of right off the bat here. And Going to be important to do so if you're going to keep engaging on Dazer. I mean, the Kumbhakarna 0-3 up to this point. Tanky, but takes a little extra time to burn through as the game goes on here. Dazer first through the door, but Tarim right there to follow up. It's the Gold Fury that's now been started up. Tarim looking towards the backline, but has to use the Cloud. Up he goes as Creed is in the backline as well. And look at this Cthulhu controlling the back of the fight. That's a 3-man knockup. That opens the door for the Poppies to maybe re-engage here. How consistent is the disengage? Well, it's not going to be very consistent when Marcus pulls Tarim back in as Warchi grabs the kill.
Yeah, that's one of the big, synergistic combos I was looking to see. The long-range knockup from Cthulhu into the pull from the Awilix, and it just works out perfectly for the Pappies. Marcus gonna get ambushed at his own speed buff here, sees it just in time, but not in time enough. Jump under the tower, beats were good.
Nice
Looks like West Turtle with a good ambush doesn't pick up the kill.
You are gonna force Marcus back to base, though, likely. Yeah, won't go over to the speed buff, just in case Worst Turtle is still hanging around, so you've at least given yourself a chance to pull back just a little bit here. It's just been so difficult for the Snake Pit to find engagements I think that they're happy with. The Poppies have really been the driving force, the ones kind of first in the fight. And you really look at what happened right there around the Gold Fury, I think, Alpha Jackal. Creed was controlling everything on the back. Tarim tried to find a dive, but unable to do so. The Sun Wukong had to leave almost immediately.
And that just, I think, comes down to the Snake Pit's choice of relics. We've got the Blink coming out from Tarim and Worst Turtle. You can't realistically have 3 Blinks as your first relic. You're just leaving yourself too, focused on the we must pick someone off style of play. You're not really protecting a backlane whatsoever with 3 people blinking away from them. So Dazer is then almost forced to go into the shell to begin with, but he's got their best form of engage with that Blink Epic Uppercut or even Blink Mez. So the Snake Pit find themselves really difficult to get any form of engagement going here with the fact that their best engager has to waddle his way into the fight rather than blink in like Drake and Marino can do.
Dazer sure is trying, but the Poppies sure are beating him down constantly. 0-3 still, so didn't die in that last engagement. A little bit of that is what we're looking for here. The root down. Now Draco Marino gets polymorphed around to the side, silenced out on the back end as well. But hey, one more gravity surge onto Dazer. Why not? It's going to be Creed rotating over from the solo lane. Marcus snags himself the 4th kill of the game, and Dazer falls for the 4th time.
I think his next item has to be a Magi's Blessing here. There is just no way he can continue with this just consistently getting pulled. He may even end up having to go Beads as his second relic, just so they don't pick on him consistently.
And they are going to keep doing it as long as they can. I think the Poppies will. It's Pyromancer being looked at, nearly taken away by Tarim, but the Poppies now are going to really build on this lead. The largest we've seen so far this game, right around that 3,500 to 4,000 gold mark. Draco Marino just kind of walks at Spudio here. He alone is half health. This ROM up to the sky is going to buy some time as Argus drops down. It's Angry rotating over from the mid lane, and Spudio grabs the kill. A little overextended, maybe. Or the Poppies, as the Snake Pit are able to grab one.
I think that's one of the first times I think we've seen a bit of miscommunication there from the Poppies. It was almost clear that they called that Angry was coming over to that side to try and help out on Spudio getting ganked, but they still just go for that kill anyway, and Warchi uses up his ult, uses up his Aegis, not going to be available for the next fight. But the next fight might take a bit too long to come for that to matter, considering both major objectives at this point are down. A Fire Giant could be potential, but that's just going to cause more headaches for the Poppies, I feel, than it would give them benefit.
You start to look really at Angry, who did massive amounts of damage, I think, in that small previous engagement, has double flat pen early in this game between the Deso and the Magus. So as much attention was attempted to be paid towards this mid lane Alpha Jackal, Angry has largely not been held behind, even a 1-level lead here over Chekio. So now maybe the focus for the Poppies has to be finding a way to deal with this Hera in these team fights.
Well, the way they've sort of dealt with the Hera is to begin with, get rid of all the peel that the Hera has, which has just been, unfortunately, Dazer, primarily, and Terrorum after that. And largely just ignore Hera as a whole, kill Argus as quickly as possible, because the second the Argus is slammed down and is dispersed from the fight, the Hera's impact becomes a lot less, well, impactful if you're inside a Snake Pit.
Sure.
It becomes a lot more manageable.
You have to play around that Argus. If Angry is able to do so, he'll be more successful, and vice versa. If the Poppies are able to melt away a lot of the damage that Angry is looking to do, well, the fights become a little bit more linear for themselves, a little bit easier to maybe control here. Another fight being looked at between the Tier 1 and Tier 2 towers. Warji's just going to turn around, knock down the final bit of health there. All of the fighting happening on the left side of the map so far this game. Both solo laners have made their way over to this one as well. Creed is buying some time for the rest of his squad to mark down the Tier 2 tower. Blink right back forward from Terrorim here, but Warji just going to move his way away into the ultimate as Terrorim tries to chase. He finds the stun onto Marcus, but Creed has gone big here, and he's going to 3-man knock up the backline one more time. Spudio does get the kill onto this Cthulhu, but the kiting backward is buying some time now for the Poppies. Draco Marino has 3 looking at him now to dash away from Marcus. The Snake Pit realize they found themselves a winning fight. They've got 2, maybe a little more if this dive continues.
Westurtle going to blink it onto the Tier 2 tower, gets this good stun off. Epic Uppercut comes out, Marcus picks up 1, Westurtle picks up 2, Spudio picks up the 3rd, and Poppies have just disappeared.
I'm not sure there. I mean, you kind of recap what we saw, and it's, you know, a divide between the Tier 1 and the Tier 2 towers. And then everyone, or maybe 3 members of the Poppies, I guess, kind of looked at that Tier 2 tower. They weren't able to get it. They kind of left Creed alone. But how about this call? The immediate rotation after locking down those final few kills over to the Fire Giant.
I think this has to be the call here for the Snake Pit. Creed's teleported to the left-hand side, so he either believes that they're going for the Gold Fury, or the call is here to just give up this Fire Giant and look to try and bite them underneath the Tier 2s. I have a feeling that Creed could have contested here, especially given the time frame that was there. Dace's passive is now down for another 4 minutes, unfortunately.
And he needs them.
It does need every single one of those passives, and to see it go down for the next 4 minutes is going to be changing his tune about where he positions. But for the next 4 minutes as well, the Snake Pit do have access to a Fire Giant buff, and the Poppies going to have to rethink their fights.
Right, if nothing else, Dazer was still able to lock down that FG buff, so still strong. And suddenly the script is entirely flipped here. We're talking about a Poppy's 4,000 gold lead, and them being the driving force around all of the rotations and the movement that's happening, and now it's the Snake Pit that are very comfortable, I think, in where they're at. Notably, Wurst-Turtle, 4-1-3, massive spike here for him. Primal Fury is going to get taken down with ease. And I think worth checking back in on what Wurst-Turtle's building here, the Kin-Size, Hasten Katana, and then moving into a couple of bows later on in that build. Odysseus is first overall. So this Kali is going to be absolutely melting if able to free fire like she was a minute ago.
Yeah, just build up attack speed, and more attack speed, just to let that Kin-Size do its work. Doesn't have any form of penetration available to him right now, so it's going to find it a bit more difficult to have that proc go to full effect on the tanks. But I think they've just moved past the point where they want to have it done on the tanks. They want to have a look at these squishies a bit more for Wurst-Turtle.
Wow, that one polymorph did about a 5th of Creed's health and damage. Not to be surprised, it's a level 19 Hera. That's top in the game. 2 levels, 2.5 maybe, over Chekio, mid lane counterpart. I was a little worried about this Hera starting to swing. Flat Pen early definitely did its work, and Chronos Pendant, so this fight, it would see if that cooldown makes an impact. It's kind of the dive and counter dive, but Creed, he can't even use the ultimate here. Immediately down goes this Cthulhu. The disengage from Marcus, from Warchi, absolutely there. And the Poppies realizing that is not a winning engagement. We got to go beneath the Phoenix.
Don't often see teams defend against the Fire Giant on the Tier 2 tower. Obviously, Poppies felt they were in a good position to make that defense. But Creed just popped. I don't think I've seen a solo lane Cthulhu die that quickly. He doesn't really have that much in the way of protections. He has got a good bit of health to his pool, but at this point you usually see a couple of protection items in each slot, i.e. a bit more physical, a bit more magical protections, rather than going for these pseudo-bruiser items into the Stone of Gaia.
Well, it's sort of tough. I mean, it feels like the Poppies are doing most of their damage when they're able to backpedal and kind of kite back and deal damage to Snake Pit that are moving forward, but Creed kind of wants to do the opposite, and it seems like there's just so much kind of counter dive working for the Snake Pit. You get the polymorph, silent stuns in that composition as well, where Creed just wasn't able to do anything. So you have to really time, I think, your engagement here if you're the Poppies. The Fire Giant buff still on all 5 members. You look at really what the Snake Pit was able to whittle away off the map. It's all of the towers in the long lane now missing. One in the mid lane ends up getting taken down. About 40 seconds left on that buff. So the big hairy question has to be, Alpha Jackal, is if the Poppies should be in a position where they're confident enough to contest the next Fire Giant here in about a minute and a half.
I think they have every reason to try and go contest that Fire Giant. They are only 6,000 gold down, 24 minutes in. It's not the end of the world. It's fights that they have to take carefully and ones that they have to engage almost perfectly onto the correct target, but they're ones that they can take. The main thing that I've seen that's been a bit of an issue for them is it's been very easy for the Snake Pit to just bypass Creed and bypass Draco Marino in the last 2 fights and get onto Czechio and get onto Warchi in this backline. So just tightening up that defense and fighting more as a 5-man unit that we see them do so well and so often, that is what's going to bring them better luck in these team fights.
Yeah, they did just sort of ignore Creed. Well, they didn't ignore him, they just deleted him and then were able to walk forward in the 4v5.
Same thing.
Throughout the rest of the fight. Yeah, same idea, I suppose. The Poppies still fighting around these tier 2 towers. We figured that was somewhat interesting. Nearly falls. A strong breeze will knock that one over. But now it's 30 seconds left till this next Fire Giant starts up. So it's going to be ward time and maybe go back and spend some gold here for the Snake Pit. And that's exactly what they're going to try to do here. I think on the counter end, though, you know, there's so much maybe counter dive that the Snake Pit have built for Creed. But the Poppies now, again, I think the Worst Turtle has reached a point where he's very difficult to deal with. Now there's going to be an Argus dropping down into the front line of this fight. That's going to chase down Draco Marino. So early ultimate usage here from Angry. Terrorim as well has popped the ult. So a couple ultimates forced out early by the Poppies right around this Fire Giant.
Yeah, and Angry's going to take this opportunity to go back to base real quick. Terrorim still standing around. This could be a potential Fire Giant start here from the Poppies just to try and bait it in a fight 4 versus 5. And it looks like that's exactly been the plan. Dazer's throwing the trap and Creed's gone up into his ultimate.
Creed starting off this engagement. Dazer taken down by Warchi this time. The Poppies have found a great opening kill, and the rest of Snake Pit slowly move their way away. You can tell the Poppies not totally confident in fully re-engaging. Worst Turtle sensed out by Marcus this time around, and finally the Fire Giant is going to get started right back up. Snake Pit still lurking close by. Creed pouring down some damage into the backline as Spudio's going to get locked in there. It's a 2-man Fire Giant, but the rest of the fight now, maybe numbers advantage for the Snake Pit. Dive onto Czechio, goes Terrorim, but Worst Turtle's right there as well. Both actives used, but the fadeaway shot from Terrorim's there. Worst Turtle, he's been let off the leash, and Snake Pit are better off for it. Only one is down, and that's Dazer from before. Draco Marino picks up the kill onto Worst Turtle. But now it's a Kuzumbo against the world as Snake Pit win the fight.
I don't think Snake Pit are interested in killing Draco Marino. They just want this Fire Giant. They're only on 4 members, but I don't think they care. It was a good start of the fight for the Poppies, but once again, they just ignore Draco Marino. Well, they do care about the turtle. Angry's found him eventually. So they do care. They do just ignore Draco Marino and iCreed again and go, right, you two, I'm sorry, you don't exist anymore, but neither do your backline.
And right, and just in those moments where it's like, man, Worst Turtle, he hasn't been slowed down much this game, huh? He had that full heal earlier on, and that kind of tilted the direction of where this game went. I suppose that was always the threat. When you have a Kali, a Hera, or a Ram on the enemy team, there's always this threat of large-scale scaling for the Snake Pit, and now they've got themselves another Fire Giant buff, a couple minutes off of the enhanced variety here, but 2 Phoenixes open, both on opposite sides. There's the opportunity here for the Snake Pit to fully spread out the Poppies on defense.
I think what they'll do, though, is they'll push up this mid lane tier 2 first, and then they'll probably have Worst Turtle just push one of the lanes down by himself. Most likely the mid lane, have the rest of them go towards this left-hand side, trying a 4-1 split. Because Worst Turtle at this point can 1v1 anybody. He's got his Magi's Blessing online, his 6 slotted outside of his boots, being upgraded for a different item, maybe a Bloodforge. It is a perfect time to just let him off the leash.
It's been that way for a little while now, but to your point now, maybe more than ever, this Kali is absolutely going to be threatening effectively everyone now for the Poppies. Creed has been doing his best to buy space, but the ignoring factor is absolutely there from the Snake Pit, and the dive has just been too consistent into that backline. Marcus has really slowed down here. I mean, still affecting 100% of the kills so far in this game, and maybe a factor of the rest of the Poppies slowing down too. But you talk about relative jungle impact. Worst Turtle's been in the lead in that category for a few minutes here. I wonder how the Poppies punch back. It's going to be Draco Marino, but he's kind of solo engaging here. He gets rooted down, taken down for half of his HP. That's going to leave Worst Turtle and knock down the mid lane tier 2.
I thought we were going to push it down as a 5-man, but they decided to do that 4-1 split earlier than expected. We've already got some of the engagement with Draco Marino. Dazer does pick up the Blink as his second relic, and he is engaging there. Forces Chekio back, and Final Judgment hits nothing.
Sure doesn't this time, and that's a massive bit of damage utility that the Poppies needed on this defensive side. I was wondering who's going to try to counter out Worst Turtle in the mid. Right now it's Marcus with a kind of back and forth rotation from Creed, but Worst Turtle rejoining the fight. That's usually the cue that the Snake Pit, they're trying to go here, and they sure are. Creed, silence down, taking down Worst Turtle, opening kill in this engagement, but Marcus, he's able to answer back with one. Now it's suddenly the Poppies who are the driving force in this engagement. Warchi has stayed alive throughout it all. 3 members of the Snake Pit left trying to retreat here. Chekio's gonna dash himself forward. Dazer has to pop some of that immunity here. Shell used just a few moments ago. Kumbhakarna's gonna dash his way away, but Chekio's still on the chase. And the Poppies, for the moment, Alpha Jackal, have defended that left side Phoenix.
They defended their mid-Phoenix as well from any form of rotation from Worst Turtle, like getting the kill on him. Terrorum doing his best to protect Dazer and Angry, who are running away with their tails between their legs. The tier 2 tower on this left-hand side could be the opening call here for the Poppies as they look to try and get a counter push going themselves. But it may just end up being a few buff invades and a bit more of a reset here.
You know, Worst Turtle there was able to jump in and help out with some of that early damage, but maybe what we didn't see, or what we did see that we hadn't seen from the Poppies up to that point, was the mitigation of that damage. It never really got that full heal, and finally the Kali ends up going down, and maybe a winning engagement there for the Poppies. Always helps that you have the 6-man in your Phoenix. But the Poppies needed every bit of advantage they had there to kind of stay in the game. And finally, we've reached a point where all else is effectively equal. For the last 15, 20 minutes of this game, Snake Pit have had at least a 1-level lead over effectively everyone on the Poppies, but now we're right back towards even. Item-wise, we're starting to catch up as well. The Poppies probably in the closest state they've been in recent memory. So that makes this Fire Giant fight, it's going to be enhanced. Ever so important.
I think right now it's going to have to go the way of Snake Pit, though. They still have that, slight bit of an item lead, as you were alluding to. They have the positional advantage as well, and it's very difficult to push into a team that's got this much zone control on their side, with Angry being on this Hera, you have Terram on the Sun Wukong, but most importantly, Dazer on this Kumbhakarna. He's gone past the awkward early stage of the game where he was picked off consistently by the members of the Poppies. The second he's hit this level 12 mark, he's only died once thereafter.
Yeah.
That was just on one of the last fights that they've had. And it's worked out really well for Snake Pit that they've got him to this point, and it's paying dividends for them.
I mean, Dazer was, what, 0-4-0, and now suddenly he's 0-5-7, so 0-1-7 over the stretch there, as you've pointed out, since he reached that level 12 mark. The Blink, absolutely helpful in him finding more consistent engagements. It's the Snake Pit, though, feeling confident enough to start up the Enhanced Fire Giant, maybe just seeing if the Poppies are going to stick their head around the corner and sense what's going on. Creed playing a little bit further back here. Draco Marino's taking up frontlining duties, but Creed will join him there on the side. Nonetheless, Dazer moves forward, gets the Mez onto the back line, immediately Angry, drops down Argus, and Worst Turtle picks up the kill onto Creed. This Cthulhu has not been able to play the game for the last 20 minutes. Marcus being looked at by Terrorum now off to the side as 3 members of the Poppies move themselves back away from this engagement. The chase is on. Marcus fast enough has the bubble if the CC to be absorbed, and the dash away is going to be enough this time. TKO, though, and that opens up the door to this Fire Giant.
The Cthulhu just doesn't exist in this game, and Marcus hasn't had that same impact. The solo side of this game for the Poppies just haven't had the same impact we usually do see them have, as What you chased out from his mounted archery. Snake Pit gonna start up the Fire Giant once more. And as we said before, it's like the enhanced Fire Giant is Terrorim, creating all the space possible.
He's just alone in the back line here. Pops the Thorns this time, turns around a good bit of damage. Plugs down some more on the back line as well. It's now Draco Marino who has to keep himself running away. Poppies have slowed down the Fire Giant. Snake Pit have fully peeled off. And again, they've done a good job of seemingly where the Poppies are doing the most of their damage when they are able to back themselves off and poke their way away as they kite backwards in this fight. And Snake Pit are no longer confident in starting up the enhanced Fire Giant, so job well done by the Poppies.
It's a real good defense from them, but I think that's just more the Snake Pit looking for the kills rather than the objective. It's always important to get rid of the ones that can potentially steal your Fire Giant. And
right.
On that side, it was going to be Chekio, so just try to get rid of that final judgment beforehand. I do agree with that call. But maybe just keeping a couple members on the Fire Giant, because you had that numbers advantage. You had the 3 versus 5, as Marcus was still making his way out from the base. Just try your luck a bit more. See if you can't just force him into even worse positions.
I wonder how Creed rounds out this build here. I mean, plenty tanky enough, has enough prots online to stay alive, but I couldn't tell you the last time, Alpha Jackal, I've seen a Cthulhu Ultimate be able to be triggered in any of these fights. It's almost like Creed needs to pop his ult around a wall and then walk in otherwise, because he has not been able to consistently get that ult off in the last few engagements. More of the same here. Dancing begins right around this Fire Giant. Everyone fully restocked. Some purchases were made back in base. Going to bring full items onto Chekio as well. Everyone on the Poppies, except for the Thorns for Draco Marino with their actives. No Aegis for Angry for the next 30 seconds. No Shell for Dazer either, so small advantages that may be able to get pushed. Fire Giant going to continue to get reset. Creed, I wonder how he's feeling in this one. Maybe he has to do some just walking in with that ultimate already engaged to force the Snake Pit back, but surprising, neither team engaging just yet. Maybe the Snake Pit now have found something. Blink on in as Creed is going to get locked down. Down comes Argus as well. There's the ultimate, keeps the Cthulhu alive this time around. But 4 members of the Snake Pit still looking at him. Warchi trying to plug down some damage onto Terrim, who's now pushed back by Draco Marino. Enough damage has been done by the Poppies to force the Snake Pit onto the back foot, and look at Chekio swinging from the back line. Passive popped from Dazer. Snake Pit, they're on the retreat.
Oh, Marcus just unable to get that final basic attack onto Terrim, who is going to get away. Actually putting out a load of damage with that polymorph. The fists nearly get the hit onto Marcus. But with the fact that it is a kill onto Dazer, a TKO onto Terrorim, Wurzel is just doing what he can to distract on this mid-Phoenix as the rest of the members find themselves on the Fire Giant. Angry, the only one around to try and defend this as of yet.
There's a big difference there. Creed is able to actually stay alive in that fight. Fire Giant slowed down. Angry, he's found enough damage. Caster's Curse totally from me there as Creed will end up falling, but later on in that engagement, Chekio down as well. This is the most cursed Fire Giant I've maybe ever seen, as the Poppies were so close to taking that one down, but the counter is there from Snake Pit to get rid of a couple of the most important members.
37 minutes in, and we still have no idea who's going to come out on top of this game. Usually there's one team that's getting their 3rd or 4th Fire Giant of the game. Now, Snake Pit have had 2 already, but they haven't felt as impactful as other Fire Giants at this stage of the games usually have, and then the other team's pretty much playing defense until they win one fight and walk up the mid lane and get the win that people say they probably didn't deserve, but in the end we all know exactly that they do deserve the win if they do manage to come back from that sort of thing. Draco Marino blinking in early. Fire Giant's still alive, and thankfully he is alive as well.
Yeah, but it looks like Snake Pit are finally going to be able to take this one away. The death timer's just too long. Those 2 comeback kills for the Snake Pit finally break the mold here. The slowdown, no more. Snake Pit now 5 members with Enhanced Fire Giant, and Oni Fury, maybe somewhat helpful in slowing down the push that's inevitable now from the Snake Pit. It's going to end up being Mantle of Discord for Creed. I wondered which robe he would opt for there towards the end, and I guess it makes some sense if you're just going to constantly get melted down before you have a chance to do anything.
Yeah, I think right now the build from Creed is good. I still am a fan of Magi's Blessing. I still would say that something like that should be able to, be on his build because he's dying from the initial stun, and by the time Mantle goes off, it's probably a bit too late for him to go into his ultimate and then have the impact he would like to have. So avoiding that initial CC and allowing himself a bit more time to react and a bit more health to play around with could be the deciding factor how it swings into the Pappy's favor.
Yeah, good point. And, you know, the Mantle is going to stun down whoever's standing on top of you, but likely won't be Spudio, won't be Angry, the guys who are doing a lot of that damage there. So an interesting item choice we'll have to take mind of now if we're Creed here this time. Angry has stayed alive through basically whatever counter-engage the Poppies have thrown out there, which, granted, hasn't been all of that much here recently. It's been the Kite Back that have won the Poppies some engagements, but then an overstay around the Enhanced Fire Giant gave that one over to the Snake Pit. So the largest chance maybe to end the game now for the Snake Pit as 4 members rotate themselves over to the left. But remember, Alpha Jackal, the last Phoenix defense worked well for the Poppies.
It did. I think that was aided by the fact that Worst Turtle took a bit too long to get round from the side, from the mid-Phoenix into that fight. And they managed to deal with Terran a bit early before he got into that Somersault Cloud. So 2 factors which Snake Pit very easy discuss and change between then and now.
Here we go on the back line. Checkio, goodbye, my friend. Spudio snipes down the damage. The active's not enough to save your life. You're angry. Gets rid of Marcus as well. The damage so mitigated now from the Poppies, but Warchi's still alive. He's able to back his way away. So a chance now on the defense, but it's going to have to be a miracle. Spudio gets the kill onto Creed finally. Draco Marino, Warchi, the last 2 left alive. The Snake Pit are going to rotate their way back in. They want the Titan, not concerned about the Phoenix just yet. No minions. Minions on the left-hand lane, pushing their way in. Draco Marino, silence down, epic uppercut. Oh, what a play into the back line onto Warchi. But the Aegis keeps him alive. Now you need this guy to go big from the fountain, but the Titan is melting down nonetheless. And it looks like Snake Pit are going to run away with game number 1.
Game number 1 in 40 minutes and 22 seconds. The Odysseus bow was popping off there for Warchi, just not enough damage at the very end of the game. And it was, I wouldn't say comfortable, I wouldn't say clean for either team, but it looked like that Snake Pit had control over the entire game from start to finish. Bar the first 5 minutes of red buff invades.
Right, there was continued pressure in the first 5 minutes and then effectively nothing else from the answer back from the Poppies from that point on. So the Snake Pit, maybe the underdogs here. No, it was 50-50, granted, after the pick ban phase, and it definitely came to fruition there. And the Snake Pit are able to grab themselves game number 1. So a chance to move on and face Belt Slap in the semifinals in game number 2. But we're going to break down game number 1 right after this break.
Welcome back, everybody. Snake Pit take game number 1 in a pretty hard-fought victory, but Mifflin, they get the job done in about 40 minutes. It turns out, when you get to late game and you've got Rom, Hera, and Kali, things are probably going to go your way.
Look, you say hard fought, and you're right for the first 15 minutes. I would say everything after that was a victory lap for Snake Pit. It seems just like they had complete control of every single team fight. A lot of it off the back of Spudio and Angry just absolutely popping off in the backline, untouchable, it seemed like, while simultaneously finding damage on priority targets incredibly easily. Fire Giant dances, Gold Fury dances, anything that occurred post 20 minutes just goes Snake Pit's way easily.
Marcus had a great early game, though, Miff. I mean, 5-5 and 7 is his finishing score line, but he started off the game really, really well, was working well in conjunction with Draco Marino on a lot of those Watery Grave into Gravity Surge combinations, but ultimately it was not enough. Very, very low player damage from Dazer, worth noting. 4,000 in a 40-minute game, 1,000 damage, just 4,000, excuse me, damage across the course of the game, but he didn't need to do any more, Miff, because Spudio 33K, Angry 30K, those backliners really popped off here.
Hey, and you know what? We got to give him a little bit of credit. The Kumakarna might not be dealing as much damage, but what he was bringing to the team fight was Peel. He was just mezzing anyone that tried to get into the back line. Epic Uppercut came through a couple of times, probably 3,000 of his total damage just to set up for a couple of those kills. You know, we got to give a little bit of credit to the Kumakarna. He went down, sure, but he gets back up.
Fair enough. He was getting focused quite a bit. I will tell him that, especially in the early game. He was getting pulled off those Watery Graves an awful lot, but it ends up not mattering in the Snake Pit. Take game number 1. That Cthulhu for Creed, you mentioned the backline feeling pretty untouchable there for the Snake Pit. Normally, Cthulhu is the premier backline diver that creates a lot of space. Was not able to do so in game number 1. We'll see if that changes picks and bans for game number 2, if the Poppies want to try and prioritize something a little bit different still in that first pick position. I'm curious on this Persephone pick, Miff, first and foremost, because that's what they banned away last game in that front slot, and I wonder if they're going to do it again or if they're going to try and prioritize it for themselves.
If we see it get banned out again, I think you're 100% right on your read that they just aren't capable of playing that character. I mean, I can't play it either. I'm pretty sure you can't. Very hard pick, but when you're playing at the top level, when you're coming to these lands, you have to be able to play exactly what's meta. Persephone is, by and large, the best mid laner in the game right now. I think it's a huge detriment to not be able to play it.
I agree. It's the same way I feel about Yamoja. If your support can't play Yamoja, why not? You know, they should be practicing that pick day in and day out in order to try and get that working, because there's money on the line. Like you said, I'm a terrible Persephone player. Even though I'm mid-main, I'm not playing for money. I'm playing for MMR, which sometimes more important. Think about that a little bit. But overall, you got to have those gods in the god pool, man. You are hurting your team if you aren't competent on those gods at this point. And neither Persephone nor Yamoja banned so far. As I say that, the Poppies decided to ban Yamoja, or the Persephone rather, and they've already banned that Cthulhu. So a lot of the premier picks, I'd say the Poppies have banned 3 of the strongest gods in competitive Smite, and they had the first pick in this game, which is surprising.
It's a lot of fear, and now we get to see whether or not they want to prioritize that Nemesis, which did fall through to the second phase of bans in Game 1. It might just be a difference in meta for the SEC. These guys seem to prioritize a little bit more so these auto-attack, late-game hyper carries that we saw prioritized in the SPL towards the beginning of Phase 1, and it's going to continue into the second game. Kali getting picked up first off overall, going to act not only as a pick for themselves, but as a targeted ban towards Snake Pit. It should work out. We saw a little bit of value coming out from Kali. 8 and 4 was the slash line in Game 1. But again, it just seems so strange to me when there's so many other priority picks still available that we're seeing Kali and Kumbhakarna coming out first.
I call it the Johnny effect in the EU SEC. He's been so dominant in this region for so long, and that everyone just seems to assume that the gods he's playing are the best available gods. And I just don't think that's the case. I think that's just what he excels at, and it's really warped the whole meta around what he usually picks, and Kali's a great example of that. Kumbhakarna once again for Dazer, Rom once again for Spudio. No surprise there for the Snake Pit. Now remember, in their third pick, they did pick Kali last time, so maybe that's where we could find a Nemesis, as the Poppy's going to go to the Kepri. This was banned away from them in the second phase last time, and as if not being able to kill Kali once wasn't annoying enough, how about 2 times? And then you have to kill her a third on top of all of that. This is a scary comp already for the Poppies.
It's going to be really good, but it's slow so far. They don't really have any way to get themselves through the early game, especially with Aphrodite rounding out that top 3 of the picks. You're going to have a very slow mid laner with a very slow jungler. I mean, Khepri can facilitate the early game a little bit just through Scarab's Blessing, be that defensive tool that it is. But he's going to be also very susceptible to ganks. If he ever gets caught out by Kumbhakarna, there's going to be a ton of chase down potential. The Poppies have a strong draft if they make it to that 25-30 minute mark. But as of right now, they don't really have any tools to get there.
Love this Hera pick here. Even though it isn't a nemesis that we were kind of looking for, the polymorph's so good against Kali and against Khepri. Just prevent them from using their save me buttons in the middle of a team fight. And a pretty long duration CC at that, I think, is very, very solid here in that pick. And of course, Angry looked fantastic on this pick in game number 1. Snake Pit really hasn't changed a whole lot so far. They haven't had to. And I agree with your assessment. The Poppies are looking a little bit late game, but now you have to effectively kill Kali 4 times in order to actually get her off the battlefield now. Undying Love, not as good as Destruction or Scarab's Blessing, but still awfully good at keeping one person alive. This just feels like we gotta let Marcus carry show. I mean, Marcus, if you're picking these 3 gods in this order, is it pretty much all on Marcus? Because I feel like it might be.
You're right. Yeah, you buried the lead a little bit. Marcus absolutely has a lot of pressure on him to perform this game because he's the only one on the team who's going to be able to get in there and do any damage at this point. Right now, we're thinking that they're going to have to pick up a new soul laner as well as a hunter, and it doesn't matter what your hunter is. I don't care if you lock in Izanami at this point. She's not going to bring enough pressure to get you into the late game, and even if your soul laner is absolutely dominating there as well, you still have this core 3v3 in the early that isn't really going to be able to compete with what we see Snake Pit bringing. Now they've got Hera and Nemesis with Kumbhakarna to set up for it. I mean, for the first 15 to 20 minutes, I think the Poppies are just going to have to farm up their own jungle, play safely, hide inside their towers, wait for Marcus to get the kin size, get the hasten, whatever he needs online, because he's really the root of all the fights for Poppies.
And now a Guardian in that solo lane. Again, not really that early game pressure that you might be looking for. Hachiman once more for the Poppies. So their 5 are now locked in, and their team fight seems pretty solid. A lot of sustain on their side. Of course, the Kali pocket strategy is really the call here. It's going to be up to Marcus, I feel like, for the Poppies. Snake Pit looking for their solo laner, and it will be the Sun Wukong once again. Pretty easy for them. So they just trade out their jungler for a Nemesis. That seems pretty good to me in a composition that already looked solid. How do you feel about the Snake Pit's draft and if it can handle this annoying Kali comp on the other side?
It is annoying, but I think the Snake Pits in particular has a comp that can win out before their comp, the Poppies rather, gets annoying. I'm really concerned about how well they're going to be able to transition themselves into that 30-minute mark, because if they do get there and they're even relatively even, the Poppies should be able to win. This is a disgusting draft for them. It's just they still haven't taken a single piece that's going to help them get there.
Seems like the Poppies are signing themselves up. They're making Marcus the protagonist of this game. It's all centered, the whole plot centered around whether Marcus is going to be able to get the job done. He's got all the tools to support him. We'll see if it's going to be a good game for Marcus or if they're going to force a game 3. Dave Olson and Alpha Jackal on the call.
Hey, the Poppies say, I liked what we saw out of Kali in game 1. Let's try it out here for ourselves. In game number 2, Alpha Jackal, of course, as Aggro points out, still with me. Got Doug working the cams. And AJ, are you concerned about maybe some of the same things that the desk was and that the Poppies maybe hinge entirely on Marcus?
I mean, if I'm concerned about anything, it's that the game might go exactly how game 1 went, with the Poppies' front line just falling by the wayside and the Snake Pit just sweeping through the rest of them.
Yeah, right, and you know, the ability to get there then is the important, I think, factor to look at now if you're the Poppies. The Snake Pit have this draft very similar, if not almost the exact same to what they had last time. They're going to replace that Kali, of course, over with a Nemesis for Worst Turtle. So you look at another run back of the Sun Wukong, and then, of course, Nemesis, Hera, Kumbhakarna, and Ram. It's not like, I mean, it's going to be very hard to kind of keep up with the scaling of Kali into that late game. But it's not like a Hera doesn't get very good towards the end. It's like a Rom isn't very good into the late game, and Nemesis will be able to one-shot backliners, depending on the availability, of course, of the ultimates from the Poppies. So, of course, a lot of this maybe hinges on Marcus and the ultimates surrounding him. But I think the Poppies sticking with what worked in Game 1 may be a smart strategy.
Yeah, I'm thinking that if they are able to just clean up a bit more of their team fights, as they had uncharacteristically not so great team fights in game number 1, a bit too spread out for my liking. They just close that bit up a bit more, which this draft kind of forces them to do. Then it could be a bit more favorable for them, like you said.
And I did notice, just a split second here, we're working on getting game number 2 ready for you guys before we jump back in, so thanks for sticking with us. I did notice that Dazer had opted for Blink as his first active this time on the Kumbhakarna, so maybe a net win here for the Snake Pit if they're able to get this Kumbhakarna involved early, because there was woefully missing engage that ended up coming online later on. So do you like the change for Dazer here? Locking in that Blink.
I like it because it gives them more options in the early game, and it also means that Worst Turtle can go into these beads rather than needing to go into the Blink as his first relic. He's going to need this relic just because there's a lot more CC and a lot more control coming out from the Poppies in this draft than it was in the last one. And he doesn't have that sort of instant I'm going to become immune button that he did on the Kali in the last game.
That's true. There are a lot of ultimates to work through here. Still, though, oh, nice polymorph on the backline there from Angry. Actually, maybe sets up a kill onto Chekio, who's able to get back his way away. But what the heck's going on over in the long lane? Warchi has picked up the first kill onto Spudio. You know, Khepri, not the same aggressive, in-your-face type of engager as some of the other support picks that we've seen. That abduct, that lockdown, that damage early can set up for some kills.
Oh, the abduct does an absurd amount of damage, and I'm partial to leveling it up first as a Khepri player, because the more you level it up, the longer your abduct lasts, so the longer your CC chain is. And, well, Draco Marino benefits from the fact that he has got that ability up with him. He gets the beats out of Spudio, but by the time he presses that beat, he's already been displaced enough for them to isolate him.
That's tough. Not often we've seen these engagement solo, I guess not necessarily a solo kill, but the engagement kills over in the long lane, but more of the same happening in the mid as Marcus makes his way over once again. This is where the pivot point was, remember, in game 1. There was a lot of pressure put towards Angry early. They were only able to snag 1 kill. The Poppies were onto Angry early in that game, so keeping this Hera in check is going to be vitally important. So maybe make some sense that already the Poppies are putting a lot of pressure towards mid.
And also putting a lot of pressure on towards this purple buff Draco Marino. They're not going to let the Snake Pit have this one for free this early on. All the meanwhile, Warchi's just farming up the wave by himself, getting himself even further ahead. If you have an ADC with First Blood, why not give them, you know, a solo wave as well?
Yeah, why not? Get this Hachiman out and rolling early on here, because it was Spudio in the late, remember, as well. I mean, you talk about the Hera Rom 1-2 punch. It was Spudio that effectively started coming online as well on this Rom. The snipes just did way too much damage to be consistently dealt with time and time again by the Poppies over there in game number 1. So back to their own purple buff, the Poppies will end up going here this time around. Marcus playing off of this Aphrodite quite well. I think the kind of counterpoint, and it's always the interesting topic I think we dive into with this Aphrodite, is that, you know, Get Back obviously does some good damage. You know, the Lovebirds do some good DOT damage. Might have to finish off this thought in just a moment, though, as Worst Turtle has made his way over to the long lane. Gonna drop down the ultimate Draco Marino. Not level 5 yet. Oh, but the 3-man stun! Nearly enough, and it is enough this time to turn around to kill the Poppies. Will have 1. Snake Pit do turn around another. But it is the engage not to be. What a turnaround from the Poppies.
And Daisy gets the kill with the belly bump minion toss onto Draco Marino, and Westel's just stood there, well, I guess I'll die at the very end. It's a great turnaround there from the Poppies, especially from Draco Marino to live that long. I don't think he had tank boots available to him. He's gone back to base to buy them just now. but he had his shell available, and that one point of shell allowed him to stay alive for as long as possible for Marcus to rotate through there.
Orgy nearly getting the fadeaway kill onto Dazer, who's going to make his way right on back to base. So the re-engagement, big-time stuns there, enough to keep the Poppies alive in the long lane. Otherwise was looking like a pretty free and clear engagement. So well played, really, to both junglers. Worst Turtle looking for the engagement, but maybe better played to Marcus there on the immediate counterpunch. The thought that I was kind of looking towards is back towards that mid lane. Chekio, notably on this Aphrodite. Obviously a lot of utility in the healing and in the stun and the Undying Love keeping, you know, teammates alive. Where do you land on the Aphrodite damage, though? I mean, obviously we've seen big damage, but maybe more tough to confirm on a consistent basis.
I mean, I'm in sort of the camp that Aphrodite isn't as strong as everyone's making her out to be, unless you're playing against Dardes, in which case it's an absolute must-ban, because Dardes is an absolute freak at this god. Outside of that, I think Aphrodite's manageable. I think she has points in the game where you can do well against her. I think the fact that her Undying Love no longer has an insanely little cooldown is really a point you can look to almost abuse in teamfights, because before it used to be 30 seconds or something, it'll be back up again, at which point it was very difficult to fight around.
Right.
But now you can go in, bait out that ultimate, reset the fight, and then go in again afterwards. So I do like the Aphrodite pick. I think it's a good, strong pick for this composition. I think it can do a fair bit of damage, but I'm looking at Creed to really supplement that magical damage as well with the Cerberus.
That's a good point. We haven't really gotten to touch on the solo lane here just yet. Terram still running back on the Sun Wukong, but Creed a tough time, somehow an understatement on the Cthulhu in game one. I mean, the anti-dive was there. And the Snake Pit have effectively the same tools for slowing down this big frontline engagement. Maybe Creed is going to find it a little bit more consistently this game. A couple ultimates traded back and forth here. Marcus goes in, but immediately has to jump out. Destruction still ready if Worst Turtle is going to double dash his way in, but we'll hold on to that one. So Worst Turtle, Angry both drop down their ultimates. Marcus stays alive. I hesitate because Dazer lurking around the corner here. Instead, just going to get abducted. Dazer, the triple Mez, will stay alive this time. But Snake Pit still bringing some fire here, but Marcus stays alive.
And what's more, Dazer gets hit by the enemy support's CC and engage and then doesn't immediately die from it, so he's feeling a lot better himself this game than he was in the last, and he's going to go ahead and engage onto Warchi. Good blink epic uppercut, but Warchi still has that mounted archery. He's going to be completely safe.
That's true, and you need some extra pressure here. Warchi's already pulled that one-level lead over his counterpart for good reason. Warchi's on a killing spree here. The 2 kills that the Poppy swung back on that Worst Turtle attempted gank both went into Warchi, so this lane has gotten so difficult for Spudio. Devo's Gauntlet's already completed and stacked up a decent bit by Warchi as well. When he goes back, the boots may be able to be completed on top of that. So definitely makes some sense that they're going to send Dazer back over there, the Snake Pit try to prop up Spudio, maybe just a little bit extra. Still looking over at the purple buff, though. Warchi is here, Mez down, Worst Turtle claps down, some good damage. Oh, Warchi finds the stun, but the snipes are here from Spudio. He just needs one more.
Good backstep.
But Warchi able to sidestep, and another kill gets away from the Snake.
The Barracuda backstep, it's a classic right there from Warchi, and he gets himself out of that sticky situation because of it. It was good rotation there from the Snake Pit to try and defend that buff, but left alone in the mid lane is Chekio, and he gets obliterated because of it.
Yeah, not surprising when Angry has the completed boots Divine Ruin online. Chekio gets absolutely crushed there. Worst Turtle was in range, dropped the ultimate on the mid laner as well. That funneling as much pressure maybe through Angry to kind of counterpunch some of what the Poppies have been looking to do and putting Angry behind. Hasn't been as consistent maybe as game one. But Hera absolutely swings early. We talk about how she is strong late. That's a pretty good microscope on really where the strength is. Just power boots and Divine Ruin in.
Yeah, it's kind of why you do see most Terrors rush in for something like a Chronos Pendant or a Spirit Desolation early. Not these traditional huge power-based items, but it's because they can afford to lose that bit of power, lose that bit of pen just to go for a bit more utility. And that utility is coming out in the anti-heal for this Divine Ruin, or the cooldown reduction coming out in terms of a Chronos Pendant. And they still output a hell of a lot of damage. That Argus slam down is where it really hurts. So if you've been hit by one, it just chunks beyond belief.
Oh, it does, and it displaces you even for a little bit there. I mean, in that moment, all you're thinking about is how do I get out of this because Argus is being so obnoxious. Definitely some utility there for the Snake Pit as well. One thought that was sort of interrupted by some engagement by the Poppies in the Snake Pit earlier was Creed on this Cerberus, and he had a tough time, remember, in Game 1 finding engagements. And again, point made last time was that there was enough counter-engage from the Snake Pit to slow down that Cthulhu. Might get interrupted again, as Dazer is taken down to half HP, but they'll back themselves off. Do you think the Cerberus has an easier time of finding engagements than maybe what the Cthulhu did?
I think his impact's going to be easier this game, considering it's much more confined to a few seconds rather than 10, 12 seconds in a fight. Draco Marino going to get engaged upon and going to forcibly reviving himself rather than the Kali. Up into the sky goes Spudio, and he should land back down into some trouble, but worse still, gets rid of one option.
That's right, the Snake Pit pull one, but the Poppies pull one right back. Spudio's still alive, but it's protect the president, but Warchi bypasses the security here. Marcus into the destruction, the stun is down as well, and Angry will end up falling. It's a 3-for-1 as we stand for the Poppies. A couple kills being brought back, though, by the Snake Pit. As Worst Turtle will get another one onto Warchi, but Creed rotates into the back line of the engagement. In a split-up fight, Poppies may be feeling a little better off for it.
That's a good confidence booster for the Poppies. They're the ones that sort of engage on that fight. They get a good return out of it, and they may get even more here with the Godfrey being started, but Terrorum knows exactly what's happening. Dazer's respawn blinks already past the zone coming out from iCreed, but the Godfrey wasn't even anywhere near done, let alone started, so bit of a wasted relic there from Dazer. Big win for the Poppies.
That's right, the Poppies at least feeling confident enough to pivot around that Gold Fury. About 1,000 gold in the lead up to this point. So maybe that's a win, Alpha Jackal, for the Snake Pit, is the lopsided fights. Really notably, that one dive, or not dive, the gank into the long lane really went the Poppies' way. But the Snake Pit have done well enough, I think, keeping themselves relevant. The 1-level lead on Angry in the mid lane may be where some of the gold lead mitigation comes from.
Yeah, and it's quite interesting to see that both solo laners have opted against this TP relic that we see a load of solo laners do from, casual play all the way to the Pro League. It's almost like it's consistently there for both solo laners, but both of them opting for the blink instead. We're sort of drifting away from that you must get TP to farm every single wave possible style of solo lane to a bit more utility, a bit more rotate heavy style play, which is why you started to see Wukong come back into competitive play a bit more. It's why you're seeing Guardians come back as well, because they synergize extremely well with their second relic slot.
And maybe some of that is Creed saying, alright, I'm tired of walking in face first and getting polymorphed and silenced and mezzed when I'm trying to fight, so I'm just going to blink in this time, pop the ultimate, and there's not much you can say or do about it, but definitely is going to be some of that as well from Terrorum. So something the Poppies have to be mindful of as well. Still a 1-level lead building up in this long lane. You need to fight around Warchi right now if you're the Poppies. The 4, 1, and 3 Hachiman has massive value for you 13 minutes in. That's why Gold Fury may be being looked at here, but both teams have shown us they like slowing things down around these objectives. Snake Pit still strong enough to turn around a big fight around an objective.
But I would say for the Poppies, right now is not the time to have a look for a fight. Yes, they're sort of in the lead and they want to try and extend it, but there's 2 major items of theirs that I would like to see them get online before they get this fight going, and that's Warchi's Atalanta's bow. He's 1 tier away from that, and Marcus getting his Haste Katana online. But looks like they're going to go ahead and look for this fight anyway regardless, just because they got a massive positional advantage and the fact that Creed's made his rotation.
Gold Fury was at half HP, but then reset right on back to full. Poppies moving their way forward. Chekio has received the Worst Turtle ultimate here. Terrorum blinks into the backline, snipes from Spudio. They're going to melt down some decent damage here. Undying Love popped. So some value out of that to keep the Aphrodite alive, but how about on the back end? Argus chasing down Creed here, so the Cerberus has to disengage. Down from the snipes goes Spudio. Scarab's Blessing onto 1 is going to pull Marcus right back into the fight. That's 1 death already for the Kali. Destruction still awaiting right around the corner, but the Snake Pit not worried about it as Terrorum jumps in, gets the kill. Down onto Warchi he goes, but Creed has enough damage to finally finish off Worst Turtle here. And now the Poppies in this tug of war are going to move back forward.
Nearly a good blink stun there from Creed. Positions themselves well for it, just a bit too much to the left. But now, because of that out-of-combat healing, look who's the healthier of the two teams. It's the Poppies. They're going to go ahead and snag up this Gold Fury. No contest coming out from the Snake Pit either.
Yeah, maybe not surprising there. The Snake Pit not healthy enough to contest with an Aphrodite who's still alive, sustaining the rest of your team around those objectives. So maybe that's something to be looked at as well. Obviously, the healing in fight is always going to be important from an Aphrodite, but if there's these long, drawn-out engagements, both teams left somewhat worse for wear. Snake Pit obviously have to be mindful that Chekio's going to give maybe a second life in there, and maybe that's what lends Angry to picking up this Divine Ruin first.
Well, and also the Toxic Blade coming out from Worst Turtle. I'd imagine we're going to be seeing a Brawler's Beat Stick from him as well. And not too many junglers can opt into both of them, but Nemesis is certainly one of the few that's got that luxury of having basic attack-centric kit, whilst also having quite a few abilities that can proc it off as well with that Slice and Dice, the Shield Reflection, as well as that ultimate and the dashes, all four of which will be used to proc up the Brawler's Beat Stick.
Well, Worst Turtle is going to try to flex some of that damage potential here, misses the slow onto Warchi as the Hachiman dashes away. We had a conversation, pretty extensive conversations around this Nemesis and, attack damage or auto-attack based build versus ability-based build, a bit of a hybrid here. You point out why she's maybe able to do both, but junglers oftentimes will opt for really one over the other.
No.
We'll have to return to that thought here. Oh, nice whiz. Down from Dazer to slow down Marcus here, but the ultimate from Creed is going to try to pull back onto Angry, but B's enough to save Hera's life. You just cannot kill the Hera just yet. Argus trying to peel the polymorph there. Marcus finally gets the kill as Angry ends up going down, but Snake Pit answering back. Small collapse on their own. Marcus still has destruction here. Scarab's Blessing onto Chekio, and they will not pop that bubble. Enough healing. Keep the Aphrodite in it. One last snipe from Spudio might be enough to get it done, but he misses on the back line. Warchi has now found the Rom, who's crashed back down to earth. The snipe is there. Creed trying desperately to melt down the damage, but Warchi will drop the flag, get the kill all on his own. The Poppies, that fight may have just broken this game open.
Yeah, well, they just weren't able to deal with the dive coming out from Marcus. They weren't able to deal with the revive coming out from Drake and Marino. Chekio lives by the skin of his teeth as well. But how much damage did Creed just do to Angry there? His spit just erases the health bar of the Hera of the tower. They're going to be rewarded with this Fire Giant 17 minutes into the game. When I saw the draft, I was scared that it was going to be sort of a repeat with the similar draft coming out from Snake Pit, but it's just going to be turned around completely here. Fire Giant goes away, the Poppies, Worst Turtle running for the hills, and Snake Pit, they need to try and find an answer and quick.
And this is maybe best case scenario for the Poppies. We know they wanted to keep the Kali alive, 4-0-4, expecting 8 out of the 11 kills is Marcus, as well as having Warchi early on relevant. You can take those fights maybe on the left side of the map when your Hachiman is off to a 3-0 start just a couple minutes into the game. So the Poppies absolutely in a position where they're able to control the pace, control the direction of this game. The Snake Pit, as mentioned, have some counter scaling on their own, but there hasn't been the answer consistently enough, or I guess 4 answers to this Kali jumping into the backline.
That fight started off with the worst possible scenario for the Snake Pit. Angry has his relics forced, he has his ultimate force, Dazer isn't able to peel for him as well as he would like, and you just lose your Hera before the fight's even begun. That's rock bottom in terms of how the fight should be going for the Snake Pit. So it can only get better from here, hopefully.
Yeah, you would think, and it wasn't like Angry wasn't doing his best. There were the polymorphs ringing through, the shielding was going to try to keep him alive, was able to do so for a little while, a couple members of the Snake Pit peeled back, but all the reasons we mentioned in picks and bans and early on in this game that this Kali was going to be tough to kill have absolutely come out to play here. Marcus linked up with Chekio, as we'd expect. Creed around the backside here, blinks on in. He's found 3 with his ultimate, a couple beads used. So Dazer, the only one pulled back in. Angry drops Argus immediately to try to slow down this fight, but it's a 3-man stun from Marcus as he engages on the back line of the Snake Pit. Bye-bye health bars as Warchi has a double. Spudio will answer back with one of his own, but it's a killing spree suddenly for Czechio. 2 members left alive for the Snake Pit. One of them's Terum, who's left running.
And the other one is Worst Turtle, who's currently back at base, or sorry, in the mid-tier 2 tower. And Puppies are going to ignore both of them. They're going to go straight ahead on this left-hand side, get this Phoenix down. Marcus with a beautiful secondary engagement in that fight. Fortunately for himself, he does fall, but 3 very quick kills there for the Snake Pit, for the Puppies, sorry.
Oh, it's a dream, right? Where Creed makes his way over the wall, finds a couple with his ultimate, then immediately 2 pairs of beads have to get burned. Look how synced up Angry and Spudio's beads are. They're used at the exact same time there, do the exact same thing, and the door's open then for Marcus to re-engage, as you point out. So the Poppy's absolutely comfortable with where things are. Left side Phoenix now taken down, and that's maybe worst case scenario now, as the Fire Giant will be back up in the next couple of minutes. You're gonna have to deal with fire minions on the exact opposite side of the map.
Yeah, and it's going to be a difficult decision here for Snake Pit. Do they like to defend onto this left-hand side, or do they look to try and 5-man group and defend the Fire Giant? Well, it might be 4-man if Worst Turtle gets caught out here. Looks like they have spotted out that Nemesis. Their attempts at CC are going to miss, but they're going to force the beat out after that kiss does successfully hit. And down goes the jungle.
I'm not sure what Worst Turtle is looking for there. The Poppies are obviously going to be moving their way over towards this Fury. Maybe Worst Turtle just didn't think it was going to be that soon overall. So 4 members still with this Fire Giant buff for now 2.5 minutes. Could be enough time to siege down this mid lane Phoenix. It could get worse, depending on how heavily the Snake Pit want to defend this one. It's a 4v5. If the Poppies go all out, they might just be able to end the game. Maybe that's what they're looking for here. Days are stunned down. The birds are going to tick down some good damage as well. Argus from Angry is going to peel down damage onto the back line of the Poppies, but walking their way away after a free mid lane Phoenix and maybe over towards the FG after spending some gold.
1 minute till it spawns. Fire Giant belt just disappeared from the waist of the Poppies. This is the time to go back, buy those items, buy those wards up, and just get yourself into a good position. But I don't even think they need to necessarily ward to stop anyone incoming for the fight. They just need to stop that 1 or 2 man steal potential that every team is going to try and throw at this point.
You know, the Snake Pit, what we saw around this point was in game 1 was really the Poppies pretty far behind. So if there's a saving grace now, outside of maybe a composition disadvantage, is that the Snake Pit, at least level-wise and maybe not so much gold-wise, it's a 9,000 gold lead here for the Poppies, but at least level-wise, somewhat close on here. All of the map pressure going the wrong way, though. If you're the Snake Pit, the counter out is to group up around this red buff. Not sure what objectives are being looked at here by the Snake Pit. Maybe searching out for a fight, but 4 members have to back off as the right side tier 2 tower is going to go down. Now looking at a Phoenix.
Yeah, they just realize that no one's going to come stop them as of yet. Just keep pushing until you can see the enemies, and they eventually force the Snake Pit all the way back to base. Stop them pushing down that left-hand side tier 2. I think that was the goal from the Snake Pit, was to just zone out and let Spudio do what he can in lane by himself. But now, with all of them back to base, it's almost forcing them to do something at this Fire Giant, or just force themselves back into the lanes. And looks like they're going to give up this Fire Giant, look to try and fight other Phoenixes. I'd send someone to try and steal at the very least.
Terum is close by, but that's really about it. I mean, Spudio is farming up Harpies. Purple buff goes down now for himself, so there was no answer, and not because they weren't aware. I think the Snake Pit, to your point, Alpha Jackal, just letting that one go down. But the way the last 2 Phoenixes have crumbled, it's been almost no pushback from the Snake Pit, so I am surprised, I have to admit, there wasn't even an attempt to maybe try to peel that one away. Sometimes that's what you need to get yourself back into the game, and now with the left side Phoenix respawning, that'll be made quick work of, but your base is crumbling, and you just let the FG go down. So an interesting call nonetheless.
So you don't defend onto your left-hand side Phoenix, the one that's probably the best to have up and defended. You don't elect to defend onto the mid lane Phoenix either.
Right.
You don't elect to defend onto the Fire Giant.
Right.
Where's the line? Where's the final stand being
Let's
made?
go.
Where's the hill?
The Titan, I suppose, is what we're barreling towards here. I mean, the left side Phoenix now spawns right back out. Marcus left alone, so no safety net outside of the destruction here. If Worst Turtle looks for the one-on-one engagement, Marcus will easily take down this left side Phoenix. If Worst Turtle has to back off, even just for a moment here. The clap is there. Marcus is going to make his way onto the Phoenix. Worst Turtle trying to chase him down, but does a good bit of damage there. This Nemesis does decent damage. Creed pulled back in thanks to the Scarab's blessing, and now the ultimate is going to get beadsed out by Angry. The arrow punch right there to slow down Creed. Right side Phoenix still standing. Snipes looking for their target, but an Undying Love slows down the engagement. Marcus blinks in, finds the stun. Angry backpedaling his way away, but the destruction swirling down, and Angry will end up falling. Finally, there's a kill here for the Poppies, and that's the opening they may need.
Yeah, that unfortunately was a reset mark kill for Marcus there. If you're a fan of the Snake Pit, that's the worst possible scenario. It's Terrorim. He's going to get engaged on here as well. One last hit from anyone who should do it, but he's not the one dying. His teammates are dying.
That's got to be it here. The mid lane Phoenix is going to end up falling. The Poppies 5 strong, all of them with the FG buff. Spudio, no miracle play this time around. The Poppies in 25 minutes. Going to tie up the series and send us on to a game number 3. Seemed to be written on the walls there, though, Alpha Jackal, since the first couple of minutes of this game, and the Poppies were able to run away with it by the end.
Yeah, it started pretty much the exact same way game number 1 started, but instead of around the 15-minute mark, the tide's turning, it was just the Poppies decided to kick it into overdrive and just decimate any hope that that Snake Pit had of getting back into the game. They didn't have the answer to the Kali, they didn't have the answer to the Kali, to the Afro.
Right.
The Hachi Man was just there free casting as well. If you can't deal with the initial problem, how are you going to deal with the rest of the team?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the composition, of course, we kind of put it in the perspective that it was built around this Kali, but then even individually, if you're not rezzing the Kali, not Undying Love the Kali every single time, those are still ultimates that are going to go on to other people that are still obnoxious to deal with depending on the rest of the fight. So, great composition there from the Poppies. That ties up this set. The all-exciting round out of this set. Game number 3, right on the other side of this break.
Well, it seems like the Poppies, with Marcus as the main character, their show has just been renewed for a second season because they hang on and win game number 2, forcing a game number 3. But Miff, we thought it was going to be the Marcus show, and to some degree it was. The Kali's certainly very, very important in that game. But how about Warchi on the Hachiman? He popped off in this game.
Yeah, I was concerned about how well the Poppies were able to get themselves to mid-game. I hadn't taken into account the fact that Warchi was just going to absolutely manhandle the long lane almost single-handedly for 10 minutes straight, and then immediately transition that into a mid-game Gold Fury fight that really sets them ahead. From there, you're right, Marcus did carry the game from that point forward, but Warchi, man, absolutely free casting, finding damage whenever he needed to. And even with a dive-heavy comp that we saw from Snake Pit, Sun Wukong, Nemesis, even this support, none of that was really able to close the gap to the Hachiman. Meanwhile, Marcus just absolutely dominating the backline of the Snake Pit as well. It's just this double-pronged attack that never really got addressed.
20k damage for Warchi in a game that didn't go much longer than that in terms of minutes. He absolutely dominated in that long lane, and you feel like if you're in the Poppy shoes, you got to be a little bit frustrated, not necessarily that you lost the game, period, but the way in which you lost it. Do you think they went a little bit too aggressive? I mean, that's the only way that that team composition gets off to a great start, is if the enemy team makes some mistakes and kind of lets you, right?
I think it is a little bit of that, but a lot of the lead really did originate just from that long lane. It was just an ADC diff that transitioned itself into a couple of mistakes around the jungle that were easily played off of by the Poppies. I think it's generally frustrating, not even just the mistakes that were made, but losing out in the early game to a draft like we just saw, where there's literally 5 late game picks. That's got to feel really bad. You're really expected to win out early, transition yourselves into the mid game. It's on the Poppies to withstand the early game and then hopefully make it to late. And it's just not what we saw.
Yeah, I agree. Well, let's see what changes they want to make in game number 3. This Kali, so far today, Miff, not just for this set, but in set number 1 as well, 100% win rate. I got to keep an eye on this weekend, especially on the European half, though this is our final European game of the day. We've got NA coming up next. First opportunity to see the Snake Pit in first pick position, but with the way the bans have kind of been going, I don't expect a whole lot of difference here for these two teams.
We might see them decide to leave Persephone open or something along those lines. When they're on first pick, they could decide to not ban out all those priority picks that we've been seeing taken away and see if they'll be willing to play it themselves. When Poppies were in first pick, they banned out Persephone, they banned out Amaterasu, all these fantastic picks that they could have been looking for. We might see Poppies not shift up their bans and it's going to maintain that same pace, but I think the Snake Pit are in a position where they can afford themselves a couple of targeted bans that are going to leave the meta available.
Cupid and Olarun, the same 2 bans for the Snake Pit that they've been doing all set long. It's been Amaterasu first ban every time for the Poppies. Last game it was Cthulhu, then Persephone. The ban that I'm looking forward to seeing here is this one for the Snake Pit. Do they go back to that Yamoja ban that they've had pretty much all set long, now that they are the ones that could pick it first? If you leave both Yamoja and Persephone open, you open up the draft a whole lot. Seems like Snake Pit do not want to do that, and I imagine makes it pretty easy here for the Poppies. Ban Persephone, and you're kind of chilling. Nemesis hasn't looked that good. I wonder if it's just going to be Kali first pick at this point. It's kind of got to be, right?
I mean, I don't see anything else coming through here. It's the only guy that we've seen both teams prioritizing so high up in their draft. Well, you know, it's interesting in its own right, seeing this difference between the metas of the SPL and the SEC, seeing how they developed separately, although there are similar threads of just, we still value the gods like Yamoja, like Persephone, we're just not really willing to force ourselves into a position where we can play them. But now the Poppies, being in the second pick position, can look towards taking away some of the priority picks that we've seen from Snake Pick. They might even be looking to take the Kumbhakarna, which is crazy to think about, and it's crazy that it came out of my mouth for a first pick potential god at a land phase, but it is going to come through. I mean, my eyes immediately, just from casting so much FSPL, are going towards Nemesis right now, but I think we might even see the ROM pick come through here as well.
But with how well Warchi just played that Hachiman, I wonder if they are going to prioritize it. Decide they will. It seems like the teams have just kind of swapped. If the bans weren't the same as they've been for these two teams the whole time, I'd be wondering if that's what happened, but this is just kind of the way this set has really developed. I'm just very surprised, Miff. I mean, this Kumbhakarna, super annoying for Kali to deal with. A very good matchup for him, one of his best. But Draco just played that Khepri so well. Now you're leaving Khepri open for Snake Pit to take and try and do the same thing to you. It's a good counter pick, sure, but I don't even know if Dazer's been impactful enough to warrant the counter pick so far.
Yeah, I don't like the pick in general, just because you could have taken something a lot more valuable. And as you said, he looked really good on that Khepri, which would have been a fantastic counter matchup into this Kali. And now Snake Pit picking up Geb for themselves. It seems like they're trying to run back a very similar strategy that we saw last game with the Kali coming through, in that it's going to be kill him multiple times, get through the destruction, get through the Geb shield, get through whatever you have to. It's interesting to see that Aphrodite didn't come through there for Snake Pit, considering that's what we saw Poppies running, and it worked out so well for them. And now Hera making it through means that the Poppies are likely going to be in a position where they can just ban out the Afro if they so choose.
So let me get this straight. The Poppies lose game 1, then game 2 they go to this different style of composition. They play against this exact draft from Snake Pit and crush it in 24 minutes with a Kali-based composition. And then against the Kali, they're picking the exact draft that Snake Pit just lost with. I mean, isn't that... look, I'm not saying that you're guaranteed to lose with this draft. I just think it's kind of funny that this is the way that they're deciding to go, knowing what just happened to these exact same 3 gods in the last game.
Yeah, and they're leaving the Aphrodite available just to make sure that if they really do want to run it back against the exact same draft, they can, but in reverse. I mean, it just seems like it's a little bit of disrespect from the Poppies. Okay, look, that's how we beat you. We'll run your draft now. Let's trade it up. I don't want you guys thinking even for a second that we beat you based on our picks. It was all 100% player skill. Let me prove it now. And that really seems like it's going to be the case of what they're looking for. It's just the ban phase right here is so interesting because instead of going for the Aphrodite or something along those lines, they immediately ban out the Morrigan. Snake Pit decided to ban out some aggressive supports. So Nemesis is going to make it through 10 total bans. It just seems like they're really developing a new meta on the fly.
It's the same comp. This is the exact same composition that we just saw lose to the Kali. I cannot wait to see what happens in this game, man, because either way, we're going to have a great storyline to talk about on the desk afterwards. Both Khepri and Cerberus, though parts of that composition for the Poppies, banned away this time around, and the Yorm comes out, a god that once dominated the SPL and every league underneath, but has since fallen off the wayside a little bit. Do you think Yorm is worth picking in this climb?
I think there's a reason we haven't really seen him. Even when Jormungandr Specialist Rowe got to play a couple of games, he didn't go to that pick. It's because he doesn't really get the pressure in Soul Lane anymore. Recent itemization changes for Warriors means that they're likely going to be able to out-sustain the majority of the time. The main pride of Jormungandr is the ability to control Totem of Ku, and if that's a Jing Shen solo, he's absolutely going to be able to do that. But up against this draft in particular, Jormungandr is going to be incredibly squishy. Nemesis hits you with the ultimate. All of a sudden, that huge ability to dive the backline and disrupt it is going to be immediately stripped away just because of all the damage output that the Poppies have. I think Jormungandr is a highly volatile pick, and that it has certain assets that are just done better by other gods. Why would you want a Jormungandr when you could pick a Sun Wukong?
And Sun Wukong is the only god missing from the Poppies draft that they just beat on the other side. I was really, really hoping for it, but alas, we've got a Guardian over there in Xing Chen. So what do you think, Mifflin? Forget about the teams, because that clearly is just up in the air. They love this composition. Do you think it's good enough this time to win against the Kali, or do you think the Kali keeps her 100% win rate?
It's hard to say because of the Jing Shen solo being that one weakness of their draft, I'd say. I think that this Kali draft could very easily run away with it, but the safety and the exact same thing of you have to kill her 4 or 5 times to really kill her isn't really there for Snake Pit this game. I think I might favor Poppy's draft.
Somewhere near the northern U.S., I just heard DeWorst get angry that you hated on Xing Chen solo. Let's get it off. You got to go call him and apologize right now. That's okay, because we're throwing it to Dolson and Alpha Jackal for the cast.
And interesting pivots out of the solo lane this time around, Alpha Jackal. It is the Jormungandr for Terrorim, and the Xing Chen over there for Creed. So another new look matchup over in solo, and maybe more interestingly than all, Creed is going to be opting for that Mage's Blessing on the Xing Chen right off the bat.
Doesn't feel threatened enough to take the Warrior's Blessing, but I think that just comes down to his passive, his HP 5, giving himself a lot more health, a lot more sustain in lane, because he is going to be spamming out those abilities left, right, and center onto Terran, looking to poke him down a fair bit. It's a decent matchup for Creed as well, considering he does have that hook slam, which will activate the passive from Jormungandr, meaning he will take more damage.
And I think the storyline is probably set here in this one, and the desk spot on. The Poppies opting for near exact same composition that they just beat, that the Snake Pit just lost with in game number 2. So now here in game 3, it's going to be difficult for us mentally, I think, to keep up with it, because it's been what the Snake Pit have enjoyed so far this set. But the Merlin is an interesting change, I think, here. Haven't seen him so far, banned out once or twice so far up to this point today. Where do you think Merlin stands in the mid lane at the moment? Maybe why haven't we seen him as much as we used to?
I think it's just he has lost a fair bit of power. He has been nerfed consistently, and that has obviously tanked his win rate below what it once was. He still gets decent pressure in the mid lane, especially at that level 1, level 2 mark, because of the fact he does have access to 2 abilities at level 1. Right. But I think it's a good pickup here, especially considering it's Angry playing him. Angry, typically a high-skill mechanical mid laner, likes to play those gods with those same sort of parameters, and Merlin certainly falls into that category.
Angry and Worst Turtle are going to pair up here and trying to counter out what Marcus and Chekio are doing there. And to kind of continue on with the similar composition conversation, is that so much of what worked for the Poppies previously was this Kali left unchecked, some of what you're seeing here in the mid lane. But the Snake Pit don't have the Khepri, they don't have the Aphrodite, they don't have the same level of re-engage, maybe, available for this Kali. Do you still think, though, that the Snake Pit, Kali maybe more specifically, can find some value despite missing some of that extra utility?
I think it just comes down to how well did he play around the double Guardian threat from the Poppies. Back when it was Season 2 finals, and people were going, oh, it's just going to be Belt Slap destroying the entire league, it's not even going to be close. Poppies came and put a screeching halt to their juggernaut of a train, just by having a double Guardian composition. The crux of it was having a Kumbhakana in their draft, so admittedly it wasn't a solo lane rather than the Xing Chen being in the solo lane as the solo laner for the Kumbhakana, but it's still pretty much the exact same thing here. They're looking for a similar draft, and I think it's going to work out well for them. It's something that they practiced a lot, something they're very versed with, and it just allows them to control team fights extremely well.
And you know, what a weird, and I mean that in the best way possible, world we're living in now, where like the Kumbhakarna Rom first couple of picks isn't just a one-off, it's like actually the meta that we saw form here in this set. Kumba, outside of the first couple minutes of game number 1, has had a pretty decent set so far. Angry forced to flicker away. Marcus will walk in. I think more interesting though, you know, Kali 100% win rate, but it's this Nemesis. Hasn't won yet here today over up to this point. 0% win rate. Just been so mitigated. Hasn't found the value that we've seen at, you know, maybe the SPL level.
And I don't really have an answer for why it's not done that well. Maybe it's just been the fact that in the games where the Nemesis has been picked, it's just been up against compositions which do extremely well against the Nemesis. I mean, yes, you have 8% anti-heal available to you as a Nemesis if you build correctly, but what good is that going to do when you can't kill them for 7 seconds? It's not the best world to be in.
That's true, right? In the last game, and sort of the point I was going for rather, as I threw to break after the last game, is that even if you're not using all of those re-heals and revives on Akali, you know, Undying Love is going to be great for slowing down the Nemesis, the Khepri res as well. I mean, it's so difficult to play through. So Nem has been mitigated here today, and always interesting to watch. It's kind of the ebbs and flows of the SPL meta down to these SEC playoff weekends. But this is one where it would maybe make some sense if the team slowed things down. We've been at a pretty fast pace, EU things considered up to this point, but haven't seen much, whereas in game number 1 around this time was already long lane ganks happening, solo kills kind of across the board. But then you look at the gold and the ebbs and flows of that. There was a small lead for the Snake Pit, but largely nothing to be looked at here. And I think one pick that we haven't really been able to talk about all that much, Alpha Jackal, is this Geb, and maybe where his value stands. You know, obviously has some good setup and maybe some engage, but what do you think about Dazer moving over to the Geb here in this one?
It's been a largely ignored pick in the Pro League for the longest time. I think the last time Geb really was a potent pick was back in Season 5 Worlds, back when Divios had absolute whale of a time playing on it in the solo lane. But nowadays, not such a strong pick, but does still bring the utility they want him to. Good amount of health chunking. The cleanse from the shield is what you're looking at, and they're also looking at Marcus here in the mid lane.
Marcus has to dash away from that one. Stays alive, but the Cataclysm providing some decent damage there from Dazer. Nearly picks up first blood onto Marcus. But the Poppy's able to escape alive from that one. So we've started to reach kind of that first rotation period for these supports out of lane, and I suppose if nothing else, Geb has the ability to move around the map quickly. Over to the mid lane he goes, but the answer back from Chekio there. Destruction popped by Worst Turtle, but Marcus pops a health bar right on the other end. Dazer trying desperately to make his way away. Just one tick of damage from range. Chekio will not find it. Poppies, they grab first blood. Oh, around the backside goes Marcus. Blink, clap, shield though. Oh, the knockup! That's enough to turn it around. Angry ends up grabbing the kill there, and unexpected maybe there from Marcus, and the Snake Pit pull one back.
I mean, that was just pure greed right there from Marcus.
Absolutely.
Looking for the 1 health Geb, and Dazer just turns around and goes, no, you're gonna die this time, not me. I've got a shield. I am Geb. You cannot kill me.
Unfortunate, but that, you know, did open, so maybe the smallest win there is for the Poppies. They grabbed first blood in that engagement. It is over to Marcus, so that would have been a big swing. Marcus gets first blood and then a kill on the Geb, potentially underneath the tier 1 tower, but instead one goes over to Angry. And look at how that's affected the mid lane. It's a 2-level lead here for the Merlin over Chekio, and that's maybe something we've seen is Hera struggling early on here. But being able to mitigate those struggles and stay relevant into the mid-game is very, very important now for Chekio.
Well, this is sort of how the Snake Pit operate. They operate the sort of the similar way that Belt Slap do, and they like to give a lot of solo farm to their mid laner, allow the jungler a bit more freedom to pick up farm when and where they want, just so they can be a bit more omnipresent around the map, as a fight does break out on the left-hand side. First snipe's going to miss. Second snipe not going to be fired whatsoever. Warchi uses beats early on. Marcus is here trying to turn this kill around.
Warchi will end up going down. Marcus is going to drop the ult, but won't result in really anything there. Draco Marino grabs the root, but Worst Turtle will leap himself away. How about the presence of mind there from Spudio? Find the engagement. Now 1 level lead for the Jing Wei to slow down that ROM, and then a good rotation over from Dazer. Just a bit too slow on the counter rotation from the rest of the Poppies. So the Snake Pit starting to put some pressure continued on the left side of this map. We've seen decent bit of fighting there. Remember when Warchi got 3 kills, and this is a bit of a non-statement. That's where the rest of the game kind of flowed through for the Poppies in game number 2. So I like the answer here from the Snake Pit, putting pressure on the long lane.
I like it as well. It's something which not a lot of teams have been able to successfully do, is keep Warchi pinned down quite early on, because he does sort of act as a talisman for this team. You know, one of the longest, if not the longest standing member of the Poppies, has played multiple roles for this team, from mid lane to ADC. I think it was even solo just for a tiny bit of time, but has found home in the ADC position, and he does lead and rally the team from time to time. He is very vocal in these, you know, in their comms. And so if you're able to put him down, if you're able to put him, you know, a bit more quiet, you could start to look at shutting down the rest of the...
Luckily, the Devourer's Gauntlet's still there for Warchi despite dying a moment ago, so able to sustain through a lot of the damage that Spudio puts out from time and time again. So maybe no more fighting here unless this happens. Dazer is going to make his way around the back. No beads this time from Warchi. Oh, nice roll off to the side, though. Difficult to turn the Geb. So Warchi's able to stay alive. Draco Marino in on the attempted body slam, but won't be there. But that's a good call from the Snake Pit, realizing Bede's still down for a little bit longer. Poppy's still feeling aggressive, though. Walk their way towards this purple buff. Around the backside, the question is always where the answer is, and right now it's going to be Angry, and that's enough to force the Poppies back. Maybe.
Looks like it is going to still be an attempted invade, but with Angry making the rotation as well, that purple is going to be secured by the Snake Pit. And that's what the mid lane pressures allowed Angry to do, is rotate and influence the rest of the map a bit further than Chekio's been able to do so far. It's just been stuck, hammered in this mid lane, trying to catch up to this Merlin. And there's not been much action around this mid lane outside of that one tiny fight at the beginning of the game that got the first blood. It has been primarily over on this left-hand side, so the solo lane has been left completely isolated on an island, and, well, they haven't really called for any help whatsoever. They're both content with how it's going.
Well, you bring it up, and now there is some action over into the mid lane. Argus from Czechio chasing down Dazer, and Marcus will get the kill there. Big time uppercut this time was over onto Worst Turtle. But no real threat there as the destruction was available on the back end of things. So Dazer goes down, and the Poppies snag another kill in the mid lane. Marcus limping away with red HP.
Marcus able to live there because of the extra protections afforded to him by that stone-cutting sword. Not an item you see built first on many characters, but I think the fact that he's just getting this item online early means he wants to just try and take down this Gev as quickly as possible. It will allow Warchi to focus on the same target a bit easier by reducing their physical protections. Don't forget, it's like basically having 30 penetration on an item because it's going to remove those protections and give it to you as well.
Opting for penetration now are both of the mid laners. Spear of Desolation to start off from them. But looking maybe over to a little bit of lifesteal here is Angry right after the Spear of Desolation first item there. Does that surprise you at all, Merlin, moving into some of the lifesteal items maybe after the bit of penetration brought in early?
I don't mind it whatsoever. I think if it's, especially if it's going to go to a soul gem, which looks like it is going to be going into, it's a great pickup. I think it's one of the best, if not the best mage item in the game right now is soul gem, and the gods that are able to abuse it very easily, your Yanuses, your Merlins, Hera, gods that can spam out their abilities and still output a lot of damage and burst people down very easily. They're the gods which favor this meta a bit more, in my opinion.
Well, maybe Angry's gonna get a little bit closer to completing that item here. Does a good bit of damage to Draco Marino, but Kumbhakarna never under that much pressure. At least with no collapse from the rest of the Snake Pit here. The Snake Pit starting to drop some decent ward coverage down around this Gold Fury. Not quite the same long lane lead that we saw from the Poppies in game number 1, where Warchi was already off to a 3-0 start here. It's just the one kill for Spudio, so largely even around this Gold Fury fight should one start to spring up here. The question is, when do the solo laners start to make their way over here? Maybe that's the the indicator that a Gold Fury fight is going to start to spring out. Finally, when the Xing Chen, this Jormungandr, are going to be able to disrupt the fight.
And Jormungandr and Xing Chen both opted into the teleport. I know I talked about last game, teleport maybe a bit on the way out, but both these solo laners realizing they're very susceptible to being poked out by each other, very susceptible to being maybe even solo killed by each other if they're not careful. So opting for a bit more of the safety in that relic. Blink coming out for Creed, and then the Thorns coming out for Terram on this Jormungandr. So a bit of a different choice, and Relic's going to show you just how they want to play these fights. Creed as a secondary form of engage with that Blink washing machine ultimate, whilst Terram, a bit more dive into the backline with his ultimate, pop the Thorns to create even more space.
Still some damage from Spudio over onto Warchi. Draco Marino off to the side. Not sensed out just yet, but there is a ward that'll spot out this Kumbhakarna. Yeah, but the Sentry Ward paying off there. Always Sentry Ward your jungles, kids, and Spudio teaches you that message here, but the immediate blink right back through. That's going to find the Mez and the uppercut. It's going to connect onto Dazer here, so down goes the Gevin. My god, they are piling on. The Argus is going to lock him into place. Warchi snipes down onto Worst Turtle, who has to walk out of the back of the fight, and he's going to rotate for the first kill of this engagement. Draco Marino finally into the passive there as Terram will finish off the damage. 1-for-1 trade. Snake Pit continuing to walk forward with the Poppies there. In on the punch as Angry is going to flicker his way out of the fight, doing his best to turn around some damage. But Creed is going to use the Whirlwind of Rage and Steel and forces the beads out of Angry out of the mid lane. World Serpent from Terram finds some knockups in the back line, but Spudio, he's still alive and full health, and he's got damage, but so does Creed, so does Angry, and suddenly the Poppies getting swept from the map. It's Warchi against 3, Angry, no mana. Looks like this one is going to run away, even forces the actives on out, and Spudio turns around a couple of kills and a couple of assists in that engagement.
Marcus makes his way back to the fight and realizes there's no one there but the Snake Pit enemies. Has to just try and back his way out of that one. Draco Marino's also managed to respawn from his quick power nap and back up into the fight. But the fight's already over, and Snake Pit come away on top of that one. Certainly more kills, put themselves back into the game, find themselves with a slight gold lead from that, as well as the kill lead to the tune of 2, 6-4 reads the scoreboard.
So like the initial engagement there for the Poppies felt pretty confident for them, but the Snake Pit sort of slowed things down, and really by the end of it, when Spudio was left untouched after all the other ultimates were used on Dazer in that front line, the fight just kind of got taken over by the backliners of Snake Pit. And they're better off for it for sure. They'll pull just the 1,000 gold lead, so as far as big sweeping team fights go, you know, 4-2 as we've seen, but the gold lead absolutely not crippling 16 minutes into this game. Would have been a lot worse if the Snake Pit were healthy enough to rotate over to that Gold Fury, but wasn't the case this time around. Maybe the concern at this point is the kills kind of spread out over the Snake Pit this time, though equally spread maybe for the Poppies. But you look at Angry, who's now got a couple of kills rolling, Spudio as well. Your carries are doing the damage if you're the Snake Pit, and that's a perfect spot to be in.
Yeah, and they're also staying alive during these fights, which is the big point. You have a look at the side of the Poppies, the kills pretty much spread evenly on them.
Right.
One death on each one of them, apart from Watchy, who's unfortunately died twice, whilst the Snake Pit, it's just been Worsttunnel and Dazer that have been the focus in these fights, focus on their engagements. They're the ones that are dying first, and nothing else coming after that. Maybe a bit too much expended onto those targets to begin with.
Oh, the Poppies snipe it away! It's Warchi from the back line that hit the final tick of damage. Gotta be aggravating there if you're the Snake Pit. You have yourself a lead, and you're gonna extend that lead. But you always have to be cautious when the ROM snipes are on the board, and now you get this renewed sense of aggression maybe from the Poppies as everything else held even a small gold lead now for the Chaos side. And the Snake Pit feeling like they let one slip through their fingers.
Now, if I'm Snake Pit, I'm a bit angry at the fact that Watchy managed to steal that. I'm thinking, okay, right, going straight back onto the next objective. Let's go. We're not going to let that happen again. Make sure the wards are out. Kill this guy next time before we start the objective. And somebody please get those wards out. Just a bit more of a collective effort there to stop that, you know, small window opportunity from happening again.
It's always tough when that one ends up coming through against your team, but the Snake Pit won't be too dissuaded by that one. Kind of a separation in mid lane builds after they both start Spear of Desolation early. Angry did end up rounding out into that Soul Gem. It's going to be a small engagement here onto Spudio, but the airstrike safe enough. So Marcus was hovering close by. But Chekio over onto that Doom Orb on the Hera. That's not one we've seen so far throughout this set all that much, Alpha Jackal. So Chekio, a little mobility and a whole lot of power off the top end.
Oh, a whole lot of power indeed. I think it's about 195 power or something crazy like that if it's fully stacked. But Dazer does unfortunately miss the Cataclysm, and the rest of the members of the Poppies managed to get away very easily from that rotation for the Snake Pit.
Yeah, man, so now, alright, so now we've got a Hera who's going to polymorph me. She's going to use her shield, and if she's got a stacked up Doom Orb, she's going to be faster than me. So I'm just not sure how I'm going to find my way into this backline at any point if I'm the Snake Pit. Unless you just jump in as Kali, maybe a World Serpent can set something up. It's going to be tough to lock down Chekio. Snake Pit do some decent damage. And the Tier 1 tower gets knocked down. So I do like this response, though. After the Gold Fury gets taken away, regroup and work down onto an objective.
Objectives looking pretty even, though. One tier 1 tower fell down from the side of the Snake Pit, and they respond in kind by taking down the exact same tier 1 tower of the Poppies in that duo lane. No real breakaway leader in this game so far. In game 1, at this point, we sort of felt like the Snake Pit had it under complete control. At this point in game 2, the Poppies had total domination over the rest of the map. So just a bit more even in this third game, and no sign of anybody breaking the deadlock just yet, but the Poppies do find themselves with a slight gold lead and positional advantage over on the Fire Giant, giving them the slight edge so far.
Dazer gets mezzed and then rooted, but literally loses no HP. That is the bonus here of the Geb, as Hindu Man will tell us, the Geb man himself. Spudio has stayed alone over here in the long lane, so maybe a tier 2 tower getting taken down, but good communications, the immediate recall from the Jingwei. less impactful for her when she has to go back to base. She can immediately rejoin the fight. So I like pushing that lane pressure over to the long lane. Might force the Poppies out and elsewhere. So smart play there from Spudio and the rest of the Order side, keeping their ducks in a row.
Yeah, it also forces Warchi to go over here for a bit longer, just clear out 1, maybe 2 waves. And that could give the Snake Pit the opportunity to take a 5 versus 4 if they like to 2 on this mid lane or on the right-hand side. But instead, Spudio's going to do the exact same thing, reset this lane, push it back up to the tower, and force the exact same thing yet again. At some point, there has to be something to gain from the fact that the lane's pushed up and you're forcing somebody to back to defend. You have to take a 5 versus 4 in your favor, but they just aren't positioned for it.
Well, maybe it's here in the mid lane. Slow rotation from Warchi around the backside. Angry, though. Oh, my God. Health bar evaporating under the eye of the Poppies, but he stays alive thanks to the actives for a little bit longer. Creed will eventually get that kill. Terem on the re-engage thanks to the World Serpent. Won't hit that final knockup, but he's done a decent bit of damage. Snake Pit still moving themselves in. Half HP on 3 members of the Poppies, and it's Terem on the back end with the knockup there, but the Poppies able to disengage with a kill in their belt.
1 kill only so far in this engagement, but close to falling was Creed there at the very end. Some good peel and some good zone coming out from Marcus, as well as Warchi's damage means that he does escape underneath that tier 1 tower. And now with the fact that Angry is still on a 20-second cooldown, Gold Fury is respawning just any second now. In fact, there it drops on the map. If I'm Poppies, I'm looking for this fight over here on this left-hand side. Take the 5 versus 4.
Might be the way to do it, with Angry still 5 seconds away from respawn, and doesn't have either of his actives, so I had to use literally everything there out of the mid lane. You know, Flicker obviously good at disengaging from the fights, but it kind of moves you from one spot to another, not too far away, so if team is hell-bent on knocking you down, a Flicker won't necessarily change that, so something to keep in mind if you're Angry here. The Poppies are going to start up this Fury here, maybe looking for the fight. Won't end up fully being completed, though. Marcus lurking around the backside. Angry, no actives. Maybe what Marcus is looking for here. Going to spot out a couple low-health targets around the side. Maybe just waiting for the rest of the Snake Pit to find an engagement on the front, distract themselves away from the back. Angry is fluttering somewhat close by there. But instead, maybe it's the Snake Pit that moved themselves forward. Dazer eats the polymorph, takes some damage from the Heron. Look at this, Marcus. He maybe has finally bought himself enough time to wrap around the backside. Primal Fury reset once more. Snake Pit have to be wondering where this Nemesis is. And at this point, you've kind of checked every corner except the one, so still opting for the fight, though.
Yeah, quick ward over on the left-hand side. They spotted out the Nemesis. They know exactly where Marcus is going to be coming from. But the fight looks like it's going to be engaged here. Surely out comes the Washing Machine. The dude pulls in 2. Jingwake dashes away very cleverly. But falling down first is Daisy.
Warchi grabs the opening kill here in this engagement. Airstrike away from Spudio at 15 to 20% HP there. So the Poppies find another solo kill. Worst Turtle looking for one onto Marcus, but didn't realize the rest of the Poppies were there to play as well. The root down onto Terem, but underground, so no damage to follow up. It's been these 1 picks and then nothing for the Poppies this time. 15 seconds left on Dazer. Not enough of an opening for the Poppies to feel comfortable enough starting up the Fury.
I think if they managed to get a kill onto Worst Turtle or another kill onto Angry, then it would maybe have been more of an aggressive, let's go towards this Fury play. Instead, all of them backing to base has given the window to the Snake Pit instead. Chekio is around, and Chekio's going to drop Argus. And, well, Spudio eats half his health for his trouble.
Yeah, that's what you get for walking towards me, says Argus. Chekio is happy to do that amount of damage here. Still top damage in the game, though. Terem followed up by Spudio, so the Jingwei vital in keeping alive here. Primal Fury never pulled off by the Poppies and now locked down. Dazer thrown back once more. Terem right on through with the World Serpent this time. It's going to find the knockup onto the Hera. As the Aegis is used there from a decent bit of damage, so the dive from the Snake Pit now a little bit more viable. Oh, nice mez. Terem was working his way towards a big engagement. Worst Turtle 3-man stun, but goes into the destruction here. Angry, pouring out the damage from the backline, locks down Marcus. The Snake Pit, they lose the Fury, but they win the back end of the fight.
Oh, and Warchi tried to have something to say about that onto Dazer. Angry going aggressive, almost gets the kill onto Draco Marino and Warchi at the same time with that Frostbolt.
It's so much.
But they're going to have to settle for the tier 2 tower instead. So, a bit of a wash there. In fact, Snake Pit come out on top of that as they close the gold lead down to nothing from that engagement. Good kill onto the side of Marcus as well to boot. But also gives him an advantage over here on the right-hand side. Position goes the way of Snake Pit. Going to be looking at maybe the Pyromancer to begin with, rather than going for the big objective first.
Angry did so much damage in that last fight as well. It was Terrorim down to Spudio, and Angry was somewhere further down the damage chart. So hitting that pivot point now, the items online for Angry here at this point. Creed forced into his ultimate. It's only going to throw back onto one, but Ching Chin has to disengage. Fire Giant down to half HP. Dazer looking for an engagement onto Draco Marino. Won't find it though. Spudio and Angry free casting from the back, and that's plenty enough to melt down this Kumbhakarna. Watch out for the TP on the back line. It's Creed this time. Finds the root into the front, and that's going to set up for Argus to drop on down. Angry has to use both of his actives here. A stun down onto Marcus is going to slow down the engagement, but Chekio does so much as well, and Dazer will finally end up falling. Terrim being looked at now by a few members of the Poppies to punch right on through, and Chekio picks himself up a double.
First kill of the game for Chekio. In fact, he makes it to the double, like you said. Marcus picks up the third kill of the engagement on Angry. And what was looking so good for the Snake Pit just turns to ruins thanks to a good TP to the backside from Creed after he started the engagement just that bit long ago. Into destruction goes Carly looking for the heal, unable to find it. As Worst Turtle does fall down to Draco Marino, but Spudio lives. Marcus falls down yet again, just unable to find the deicide, but they will find the kills that allow them to get that tier 1 tower, get this Pyromancer, and probably even the Fire Giant.
Worst Turtle did some beefy damage there, didn't he? Even through the destruction, was just kind of whittling down the health bars of the Poppies, but ended up not being able to find the reset. So the largest swing we've seen so far, Poppies out ahead by 4,000 gold at this point. Death timer's along for the Snake Pit. Terrorim is going to be able to rejoin the fight a little bit sooner. Worst Turtle 20 seconds behind, but so is Marcus as well. So it looks like that one lacking member of the Poppies may be enough to slow this one down. I saw a couple fire pools spawning and wondered what was going on, but looks like the Snake Pit are going to have a chance to redefend on this FG.
I think it was also the fact that Dazad just spawned as that fight ended as well, so didn't feel comfortable going into that of 4 versus 2, especially with Dazad having his relics back up as well as his ultimate, meant that he could disrupt that Fire Giant extremely easily. Considering the health bars of the Poppies as well, and the fact they had to go back to base. Just not the opportune window.
Working our way in here. So the Poppies looking to engage. Draco Marino first in, finds the epic uppercut onto Spudio. Down, drops the Jing Wei. Both actives on cooldown, but the ultimate enough to disengage now from this fight. A large piece of defensive utility missing from Spudio, even offensive if you need to reposition yourself for some damage. So maybe looks like the Poppies have found exactly what they were looking for, though Whirlwind of Rage and Steel and Epic Uppercut both used in exchange.
Yeah, they also managed to get the World Serpent out from Terrorim defensively just to create that zone potential in case the World of Rage and Steel did go off and did connect successfully onto Spudio from Creed. So 2 for 2. I do give that advantage though to the Snake Pit because of the fact that the Poppies have lost their engage potential with those ultimates being down. Granted, they have a load of CDR on their side, especially Draco Marino on that epic uppercut. 30% CDR already, thanks to the Relic Dagger and Pridwin, meaning it's already back up.
That's right, so Draco Marino, liberal with his usage there of the ultimate. Angry has had to double burn his actives every single time the Poppies have found their way into the back. So he'll have both of them ready to go here. Oh my god, Draco Marino. Yeah, you found the Mez man, but you lost so much. Double stun from Dazer on the front line of this fight. Worst Turtle looking for Chekio around the back, but here's the peel from the rest of the team. Destruction around the corner. Epic uppercut for some peel, this time from Draco Marino. Worst Turtle, he's going to drop down, unsuccessful in finding the execute. But Warchi snipes down the damage from up in the sky, and the Poppies have peeled and gotten themselves a kill.
And that's why it's very difficult to play and pick off one member of the Poppies if you haven't started the fight to spread them out to begin with, because they're always just going to zone back and peel for their one person that's getting killed very successfully. Worst Turtle a bit too eager on the trigger there when he was looking for Chekio, and one of the big proponents of the Kumbhakarna is that banish onto an enemy target for 2 seconds. Just most of Carly's destruction completely wasted just being up in the sky, seeing the view around him.
And he's still got the blink, whereas Draco Marino, excuse me, does for this next engagement. Relic Dagger, you mentioned a few moments ago, is going to be very helpful in finding those consistent engagements now. Chekio around the side finds the poly onto Dazer. The shielding's not going to be enough this time. Warchi free casting in the backline. Creed forces the beads out of both backliners of the Snake Pit. The Aegis from Warchi, enough to save his life from the ice, but not enough from the Snake, as Terrorim will pick up the kill there. Angry backpedaling back by his tier 2 tower. Creed attempting to blink on through. Argus now ringing down the damage as Chekio will find his third of the game. But Spudio rampaging his way through. No beads, no problem. Plenty of healing. The offensive repositioning from the airstrike here. No knock-up to be found, but Worst Turtle lurking around the side.
Oh, he's going to just try and do what he can, Checker, to get as much damage off as possible, but Spudio claims his life. 6-0-4 for this Jing Wei. It has been messy, but so far it's been clean from Spudio. In fact, he's looked probably the best player in this game by some distance, I would say. He's not dying, very safe so far. Good with his relic usage, but so far the Fire Giant has been started up by the members of the Snake Pit. Happy's still reeling from that loss in the fight. Only Creed and Drake Marine around to defend it. Fire Giant down to 6,000 health. Drake Marine just can't get his way into this at the right time.
Draco Marino looking for the steal, but he won't be given the chance. Creed swirls around in the Snake Pit. Lock down the Fire Giant and the kill onto Draco Marino. Creed ends up falling as well. Worst Turtle, he's reached that pivot point. 246, doesn't matter. He was 046 heading into that small double kill, and now the Snake Pit. Look at those death timers, Alpha Jackal. 50 seconds at their longest. Map for the taking at the moment for the Snake Pit.
That's a Phoenix at worst if you are members of the Snake Pit, because you should be able to get at least another tier 2 tower and another Phoenix. Hell, you maybe even feel confident enough to go for the end if you get a good fight off here in the 3 versus 5. But this Phoenix shouldn't really be defended here by the Pappies. They need to wait for Drake and Marino to respawn in 10 seconds. The Phoenix goes down very quickly. They'll get this mid-tier 2 for free, but after that, you can see Pappies putting up maybe a slight bit of defense.
Tier 2 tower goes down. Still 10 seconds on Creed, so that's the one you have to keep your eyes on as far as defense goes. In the mid lane, Phoenix is going to be safe now for the moment. Primal Fury is going to get looked at now by the Snake Pit. Maybe their first Fury of the game is going to get locked away. It was kind of that you got to rewind the clock back to that Fire Giant, and it looked like the Poppies had something they would be happy with, but once Spudio burned those beads, there was no re-engage, really, I guess, from the Poppies to get rid of that Jing Wei. Always defensive and always has the potential to turn the fights around, especially now in the late game. 6-0-6 for Spudio. Top damage in the game so far as well. There's so many targets you have to worry about burning down if you're the Poppies. It's got to be difficult to prioritize. All right, we got Worst Turtle jumping on us. We got Angry pouring out damage, and there's Spudio sending damage our way as well. We've already burned his beads. I'm not sure what else we can do.
It's going to be even worse now for the Pappies to deal with Spudio, considering they only have one form of anti-heal online and that Toxic Blade coming out from Marcus. And Spudio's identified that perfecly and decided, right, I'm going to change out my boots for an Assy as my final item. Even more lifesteal, especially when he hits that low HP threshold, just to keep himself alive a bit longer, as well as extra penetration and some attack speed to boot. It's a perfect pickup here for Spudio, just to make himself even more impactful and even more of a juggernaut.
And remember, the Poppies chose this. They said, we just beat this in Game 2. Let's try it ourselves and see if we can maybe win with it. The Snake Pit now knocking on the door of moving on to the semifinals. The Poppies absolutely have that chance to turn this one around. We've seen games stuffed at the Phoenix line. But it's going to be difficult to lock down Worst Turtle and the rest of the essential targets there for the Snake Pit. Right side Phoenix being looked at now. Dazer takes some good damage from Chekio. A little bit of a mez onto Terrorim, but not the ideal target in that Jormungandr. The wave clear enough to keep the Snake Pit at bay at the moment. Pull back in from Angry. Some good damage on the left-hand side. Dazer's taken half of his HP. Whirlwind of Rage and Steel immediately answered back with a couple ultimates now, but the Snake Pit pressing down on the gas. The right side Phoenix is going to melt away here shortly. And it looks like the World Serpent was just to buy some space.
So one ultimate for 3 for iCreed. Good win for him, but unfortunately one of them was that World Serpent from Terrorim. Just dives into the back line, creates havoc on the side of the Poppies. just forced a bit too far back from that Phoenix, and it was their engagement that meant that they lost that Phoenix. But now they have the opportunity to defend here on the mid lane. This, if it falls down here, could spell the end of the game here for the Pappies and their end of challenging Belt Slap in that semi-final.
There are fire minions on the Titan now. One member of the Poppies has to back off. Here we go as Terran will walk his way forward, find the double knockup, but no defense really put forth there by the Poppies. 3 Phoenixes down. And that's going to be the cue for Snake Pit to chill out, spend some gold, and let's just regroup around this Fire Giant and walk our way in.
They got it at the perfect time as well. If you notice, Fire Giant Belt no longer around them, but it went down 11 seconds, 12 seconds ago. Thanks to that.
That is
had the Fire Giant
maximizing
counter
that
at
buff,
top
huh?
left. Exactly. They played it perfect. They planned it out ever so perfectly. They went, right, we're going to wait till 10 seconds left on the Fire Giant buff before we go in on this one. So it's, you know, it's clean, it's efficient. We don't waste it, we don't burn it all to begin with and then have 3 minutes doing nothing with it.
Yeah, I don't want to go back to base and spend gold while I still have 10 seconds on my Fire Giant buff. I mean, what is that? I'm getting every little bit of value out of it. I guess this time they're going to have a chance now at the Enhanced Fire Giant. Maybe once more for the Snake Pit. The Poppies are going to, I mean, they have to move out, you'd expect here at this point. I mean, it's going to be so difficult to defend anyway, much less with Enhanced Fire Giant for the Snake Pit with 2 Phoenixes down. The Poppies walk their way forward. Enhanced Fire Giant started up this time. Days are around the side, maybe not for full-on engage, but to peel off some counter-engage. Draco Marino blinks his way forward, finds the Mez onto 1, but Spudio happy to walk away from that one. Beads on the Jingwei, 10 seconds away from being up, so Spudio, a couple of awkward side steps for the next few seconds are going to keep him alive, and the Poppies are going to back off.
I like what Wurstle's done as well. He's pushed Fire Waves up through that mid lane into the Titan room, just to give perhaps a bit more of a difficult decision. The decision for them is to fight. The decision for them might be to lose Marcus right away.
Oh, Marcus! He's getting taken down to half HP here. Terran into the World Serpent, snipes down from Warchi. The peel, it's good enough here from the Poppies to maybe re-engage. The Titan being looked at by the Fire Minions. A couple members of the Poppies have to go back, but that's not going to stop Warchi from getting the kill here. Worst Turtle, he's on the Titan! Oh, he's unable to finish it off, but the Fire Minions are going to walk their way in. Spudio has a double kill. I think Worst Turtle did just enough there. Marcus has to walk back and try to help things out, but the Poppies not able to defend. Snake Pit just need to walk their way in, breathe on this Titan, and they've got a date with Belt Slap immediately on the other end. Well played to Snake Pit. They stare down the composition that lost them game 2, and they beat it in game 3. What an ending there. Sometimes you don't even need the Kali in the fight. She's just going to kill your Titan.
Yeah, I was just had a look on the minimap afterwards, like, hang on, where's the Kali? Why is the Titan dying so quickly? Oh, it's because Marcus is standing on top of the Kali, and is standing on top of Wurzel just taking down the Titan. It's a brilliant play. We noticed that it was pushing 5 minutes in. I thought it was just to create some pressure, but the pressure is, your Titan's going to die if you don't back, so do something about it immediately.
That's right, and it was a great collapse there. I love kind of the mind games being played there by the Snake Pit, realizing, all right, they have 2 options. Either they walk forward and try to contest this Fire Giant and we kill them then, or they don't and we take it and we end up sieging their base. It was some kind of mismatch of both of them. But it is the Snake Pit over the Poppies that take this one in 3 games. The Poppies still a chance to bounce back against the Peakery Noobs 2, of course, in the lower bracket. But Belt Slap versus the Snake Pit, that'll be one of the games we show you guys tomorrow. That's it for the European portion of our day. We're going to send it to a quick break, and when we come back, we'll break down this one.
We brought the sound that shook the ground. There is a meaning buried within the sound. We brought the sound that shook the ground. There is a meaning. We brought the sound.
Welcome back, everybody. Sorry about that. The Snake Pit are able to find the victory here, 2-1 over the Poppies in what was much closer than what we saw in the earlier European set. Though, Mifflin, that's kind of what we expected. The second and third seeds have been battling it out pretty hard fought all year long. Today, Snake Pit gets the edge, and Kali wins again, undefeated in the European side.
Look, Kali won, but it wasn't 100% up to that Kali. Worst Turtle had a very hard time coming online. This game, again, was Spudio diff. This dude controlled his lane. He controlled the team fights. If memory isn't mistaken, I think 9-0 was the slash line at the end of the game. I think the hottest play we saw come from the Kali is that kind of break-ditch attempt at backdooring the Titan that did just enough damage to set up for the team. But even then, Worst Turtle died for it, and even then, Snake Pit kind of wiped the entirety of the Poppies anyway. So was it really even that valuable? I'm not sure.
Yeah, it feels like whatever team Kali is on, that Hunter seems to absolutely pop off. Because in Game 2, it was Warchi who dominates on the Hachiman whenever Marcus is piloting the Kali. Game 3, Spudio has a fantastic game. Top of the player damage, Undying, just dominated this duo lane. And this Rom did not look particularly impressive today. For as good as Kali's win rate was, feels like Rom was kind of on the other end of the spectrum. He really struggled in this set.
Yeah, I mean, I think at this point, when we're watching these SEC games as the weekend goes on, we can accurately say that the closer a draft looks to being an SPL draft, the more likely it is to just straight up lose. I think that these teams have very well established that they've got their own meta now, and they're going to play it much better than they would trying to emulate something that you would see at a higher level of play. And you're absolutely right. Kali in the jungle might not matter. It's just going to be that stimulus package for your own Hunter. Give them the need to pop off, because that seems like how it's going to go down, especially when Spudio's on your team. I also want to give a quick shout out to Angry as well. He absolutely dominated on the Merlin pick, 30,000 damage coming through, but it was a little bit more sleeper because his KD didn't reflect it as well.
Yeah, kind of gets robbed of some praise because Spudio has such a great game, but hopefully Angry can reprise that sort of matchup tomorrow up against Belt Slap as Snake Pit moves on to the top end of the semifinals. Picari Noobs 2 up against the Poppies will be the losers round tomorrow. Picari Noobs and the Poppies both getting the loss, but Poppies definitely looking a little bit more competitive, though I do think that's mostly because of the fact that they weren't going up against Belt Slap, who's been super dominant in that region. That concludes Europe for us today, though again, tomorrow we'll go back to it. And that brings us to North America. Basket of the Boys up against Froggy will be the first one in just a little bit. So far, Mifflin, North America has looked like a region very similar to Europe. One team up top, instead of Belt Slap, it's Basket of the Boys, with everyone else trying to catch them.
I mean, that's been the story of this SEC since day one. I mean, you got a team as star-spangled as Baskin of the Boys, players like Meerkat, the titular Baskin, Haddix at points. They all look incredibly strong on this draft. They work well together. And individually, I would say that every single role is best in class for the SEC. Baskin in mid, Meerkat in Hunter role, Mask in the jungle. It might as well just be an SPL team. These guys are absolutely dominant. I think they've earned their spot at the top.
But it's going to be Froggy trying to take them down, the #1 SOC team. We'll see if they can do that in just a little bit, or at least maybe look a little bit more competitive than Picari Noobs 2 did up against Belt Slap on their European counterparts. Baskin the Boys looking to re-hold that title. They didn't win every playoff event this year, remember. It was Locked and Goated that ended up winning just a little bit ago. So Baskin the Boys might be a little bit hungrier this time around, want to get that title entirely under their control once again.
Look, if Basket of the Boys weren't hungry in the past, I'm scared of a Basket of the Boys that actually want to show up and win on the day of. Because, you know, they've got that same energy around them that you would associate with teams like SSG, that they've kind of been coasting at the top. They've been riding up there for so long. They're becoming a little bit more lax as time goes on. I think SSG and Basket of the Boys are both teams that benefit greatly from losing, just because it reminds them, oh, okay, we're not the absolute best to ever touch the game. Maybe let's pay attention in scrims for a day. Maybe we'll do a little bit of homework for the set that's coming up this weekend. And when they come prepared and when they come hungry, as you put it, they come ready.
The other part of NA that I think is going to be interesting is that it's pretty wide open, because that Locked and Goated team that was really the competition for this Basket of the Boys squad, Stewart, Pagon, Ionic, those types of guys, they aren't in this tournament. They didn't qualify for the playoffs. Your number 2 seed is Hype Unit, which is Benny Q, Quig, Nehu, Layers, and Cascade. That is not that same name power as a team like Locked and Goated were. So it should be pretty interesting to see what happens in North America. So stay tuned. We'll be right back with the NA side of the SEC playoffs.